Mhm.
All right, you're live on YouTube now. I'm going to hand that back over to you, Tom.
Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Folks online, we're just waiting to get one or two more people here in the room live, and we'll plan to press record at about 12:32. 2 minutes. All right, folks. Welcome, everyone. It's March 5th, 2024, and we're here for day one of the State Trails Advisory Committee meeting to review the 2024 applications. Welcome. And before we get to introductions and review the agenda, I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie Brown to introduce herself and provide some kind of a meeting breakdown.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Brown. I'm the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And just before we get started, I wanted to just welcome everybody. Thank you for making the trip. If you're zooming in, thank you for taking the time to zoom in. Thanks for showing your faces. It makes it feel like you're right here in the room with us. So really appreciate that. Like Tom said, this is day one of two. Today we're scheduled to meet until 5, and then tomorrow morning we'll reconvene at 8 a.m.
So they can't get onto the meeting. They're supposed to make comments.
However, the building doesn't open until 8 a.m. tomorrow, so we won't actually start until about 8:15. So it'll give us a little bit of time to get in and get settled. I wanted to just give a couple updates, just overall updates, just so that way we have them, and a couple meeting reminders. Can everybody hear me okay? I think that Tom had sent an email out last fall, or actually winter. Sorry, I'm going to hold on just a second here. All right, sorry about that. Tom had sent an email last winter just to bring everyone up to date. Hope Stockwell moved on from the agency, and Deb O'Neill is our acting Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division Administrator. She brings a wealth of experience and institutional knowledge to the division, and she's on right now. I think she'll be popping on and off throughout the day. Deb, I don't know if you want to say hi real quick, but you may have worked with some of the folks here in the room in the past on other projects.
You caught me eating lunch. That's why my camera was off. So, hi, everybody. I only see a few people on camera, so I don't know who's there, but that's okay. Just wanted to say hi. I'm looking forward to sitting in on this. I know Tom and all of you have worked really, really hard to get to where you are, and I'm looking forward to hearing the process and learning more about it. So thank you all for being there.
Thanks, Deb. So that's one of the updates. The other big update that we have that relates to STAC and the programs that you reviewed, Trail Stewardship and RTP, is that you may have noticed that FWP is no longer applying for grant funds. So we didn't apply for any of the grants that you reviewed this year. Those are the two big updates that I have. I just have a couple quick meeting reminders. We're here to be respectful of one another, to give everybody an opportunity to provide input. We received 40 trail stewardship applications and 48 recreational trail program applications. We're going to move through trail stewardship applications today. And because of the time that we have, and we have quite a few folks that have signed up to make public comment, we're going to spend around 4 to 5 minutes on average with each application. And just because I know that we have quite a few folks that are watching, just want to let everyone know that all of our applications were scored with a predetermined scoring and eligibility criteria, which was developed last fall. All of our STAC members have reported conflicts of interest to us prior to this meeting. And if they supplied those, then they will be abstaining from conversation and discussion throughout the meeting. And then at the conclusion of this meeting, all of your recommendations will come back to our staff and our internal scoring committee, who will take all of the recommendations and bring them together to make a recommendation to the department for awards. Those were the big updates that I had and meeting reminders. And I'm going to turn it over to Tom so that we can really focus on the trail stewardship program today.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. And I'm just sharing my screen here. But it doesn't look like it's coming
Sharing
through.
on my, it's sharing.
It is sharing on yours?
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Oh,
Can I
there we
just-
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
I'm looking at the FWP State Trails Advisory Committee screen, and I'm not seeing, it says watch live, a live streaming of today's meeting will begin shortly before 12:30, and it's not online. Is there a,
Thanks, Christy. I'll dig into that. Usually there is a short delay from participating in the Zoom and what you're seeing on YouTube, but it's pretty short. So
Yeah, you
I
might
can
need
dig
to
into
refresh
that.
it. You might need to just refresh the screen.
I am refreshing my screen
Oh, interesting.
over and over. Can anybody else see it on fwp.mt.gov?
So I can't see it there, but I did a quick Google, and if you Google STAC March 5th FWP live, it should come up on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube. If you Google it, which I know that's not the best way to get there. But
Yeah.
a way to get there.
I don't know if anybody's able to update the website, but just allowing, to have people click on a link, because that's where I think people would be going, would be on the FWP website to click
I'll go
YouTube.
downstairs and talk to Pat right now and see why
Okay.
it's not on there. I'll be back.
He's checking with Missy right now.
Okay, thank you.
We're on it. Thank you so much for pointing that out.
Sure. Thanks. Also, I've got another question. Are we not even able to, do we have to remain mute during the entire conversation when we are recusing ourselves from the vote? I thought we couldn't vote on something, but if we were at all affiliated, but we could talk about the project.
Yeah, so we're not voting. The group can make recommendations. It's
Okay.
just that we would ask that if you are tied closely to a particular project, that you refrain from trying to promote the project or speak on behalf of the project. If the group has questions, then that you might be able to answer, we could certainly entertain that, but really you're just working to not promote the project or speak on behalf of the applicant.
Of whatever individual application or organization you identified, not the whole spectrum of apps. Well, all right. So yes, welcome. And we'll move into kind of just looking at our agenda for today's meeting, and we'll kind of go over the packet. So today we're going to do some quick introductions after this, just for STAC members to introduce themselves and talk about their impressions of the grant cycle. And then we will move into looking at kind of an application summary and some of the data that's been pulled from who applied this year and what we've learned from that application pool. And then we'll dive right into the review. So the packet that you have and those that are online, this has been emailed to you. We have a comment form for you with the yellow on top. And if you just want to have that with you throughout the review, taking notes, this is something you can hand in to me afterwards. And so it's just there for kind of your note taking and tracking purposes. We then also have the State Trails Advisory Committee alphabetical list that has yellow on top as well. And that's what we're going to go through. That's how we're going to review the applications today. We'll go alphabetical, and this is to accommodate those that are going to be using web grants. I know last year it was hard to identify those, and so this is how they're listed in web grants. Then we have the average scores from high to low for the State Trails Advisory Committee. That has a red banner, orange banner. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how the applications ranked with all of your aggregate scores put together and averaged. And lastly, in the packet, we've got this year's grant application guidelines. So if we ever want to reference those are there for your reference. And then also if we think that we want to, add any information that wasn't in the guidelines, or take any information out that might be confusing or just too much information or not relevant. So we'll be able to kind of have the guidelines here if we want to make any adjustments and then have them be updated for the 2025 grant cycle. For this cycle, we have made a fair amount of changes. We had a really productive meeting back in August. We put in 2 focus areas this year for universal access and waste management. We're going to learn from those today and kind of figure out how we want to continue to scope those and provide people with guidance on that. We had an updated scoring rubric this year. And so throughout the process, if that's something that comes up for you and you want to make a comment or suggestion about the scoring rubric and how it worked or how it could be improved, please provide that feedback. And then we also updated the application this year and reformatted that. So, I think this is cycle 4 of trail stewardship, and we're really at a point where the application is in better shape than it was. The scoring rubric provides more of an objective measure for folks to go through and provides a criteria of review and a standard of performance. And those things are all things that can continue to improve, but they're at a place right now where we're hoping to just continually maintain them and update them rather than overhaul, which is what we've done over the past 2 years. So another part of today's meeting that changes from last year is that this year we have 2 million to award, which is great. Last year we sat here, we only had 955,000 to award, and we had a pretty tall task of figuring out how to say no to $1.7 million in requests. We had 2.6 total last year. So this year we've got a little bit of an easier task, if you will, because we've got more resources to allocate. So that should allow us to, take this time to not only talk about the merits of the applications we're seeing, but also think about, how we're investing this money and build that strategy. Since now we have the structure of the program up, now I think we're moving more into a strategy of where do we want to invest this money and why. So before we dive into everything else, just want to go through for quick introductions. If you could just provide your name, where you're calling in from, and your general impressions of the 2024 TSP grant cycle. That'd be great. I think we can start online to keep everybody engaged. And so I'll start with Julie, if you can introduce yourself and just provide your thoughts on this year's application pool.
Julie Riley from Broadus, Montana, and I thought the scoring rubric was excellent. I thought the applications were excellent, provide lots of great information. I'm excited to try out the trails if I ever get that way.
Great, thank you, Julie. Christy.
I'm Christy. I'm from Billings, Montana, and I also thought that the rubric was wonderful. It was really easy to use. I did a I went through Google Earth, and I just kind of did I identified all of the places where there were grant applications that were applied for. And I see very, 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 very few from Eastern Montana. In fact, just 3 really from Eastern Montana. If you look at Billings, Fort Peck, and Terry. And I thought, I think that one of the reasons why so few come from Eastern Montana is because we have fewer recreational opportunities. We don't have snowmobiling and cross-country skiing and all of the backpacking and things like that. So I think that from Eastern Montana, we have more of that urban, the urban trail applications. So I wish we could get more applications from Eastern Montana because I want to see more equity throughout the state.
Yes, thank you, Christy. I think I actually have a slide lined up to kind of look at that a little bit so that we can, as a State Trails Advisory Committee, kind of address that. There is a shortage of applications out there, but I think there's a lot of opportunity. We just probably need to pool our resources and brainstorm a little to come up with a strategy to encourage more of those applications. So Madeline.
Hi, I'm Madeline from Eureka, Montana, and I thought the applications indeed were very good in general. I also look very strongly at the urban trail development, like Christy just mentioned, and I thought those applications were extremely well done also. What I had a problem with this year or this time around was the list of applicants, non-alphabetical, connected with the 2023 applicants and double listed at times. That was for me, I'm older, annoying, to say the least. And I understood the principle of not scoring in alphabetical order because we get worn out at a certain moment and then we go too fast through them. And I can appreciate that, but for me, it was not a pleasant way of finding every time the application I should score, because I do like to do it alphabetically. So anyway, that was my negative comment. For the rest, I really enjoyed it again, and the projects were great. And I will withhold all comments on the project that I am closely related to, although I think I should have informed people ahead of time because of my opinion, but I will leave it at that. I see it scored really high, so kudos for the guy who wrote the application. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Madeline. And then we'll move in the room here. We can start with Shelby.
I'm Shelby Clark. I'm located out of Helena. I'm the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator at MDT.
Great. And we can just go around the horn.
You didn't score that.
applications.
Not
kidding.
We can't
I'm Jenny
really
Silver.
hear. Can you speak
Oh.
up a little bit? Sorry.
Shelby's quiet.
Do I? Okay. I'm Shelby. Sorry.
She is
I'm
quiet.
the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator at NDT.
Did you hear that, Christy?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Shelby.
Okay.
I'm Jenny Sullivan from Missoula and Helena. Live in Missoula, work in Helena, and I thought applications were great. I agree. Web grants was a mess, just a mess. But once I figured it out, my only feedback about the applications was I don't think people really understood what universal access and waste management was, and if they marked those as yes, they often didn't address that in their actual application. I could not find any evidence to support it. And so I had to go back through everything and mark that as 0 instead of a 1. And I'm just curious if others found that to be the case too, because I wondered if I should do that or not. And I did. So I just thought they didn't deserve the points unless they addressed it in the application, improved it. So that's my only comment. Otherwise, woohoo, 2 million, let's go.
I'm Bob Walker from Clancy, Montana. I'm treasurer now of the Montana Trails Coalition. I've already sent an email to you, Tom. I thought the coordination between the rubric and the application itself is much better this year than in the past. It made scoring a lot better. As far as universal access and waste management, I didn't give them a point until I read the application, because I guess at least half of them that said they acknowledge universal access, nothing in their application, so they got a big 0 from me on that.
Me too.
It had to be expressed in my book for scoring in the application. And then I'm going to be curious, Tom, at some point when we get done with introductions, more information about the 30-30-40 assured access to funds. Great.
Oh, okay. Stephanie Clement, RTP manager out of Helena. So just here to listen.
Stephanie Brown.
And I'll hand it over to Bob or Mike, sorry.
Mike Patterson, I'm from Butte. Same thing, great applications. I like being able to open up the documents, the PDFs, and that so much easier this year. Everybody did a good job. That was great. Same thing, universal access. I brought that up in August and bring it up again now. People were confused, I think. So anyhow, overall great applications. I look forward to it.
Yep. Mark Smolin, I live in Big Fork. And I think this is my final meeting after 7 years. So it's been challenging and enjoyable, but I thought the grants overall were very well written this year. I was impressed by virtually all of them. So it was pleasant to see that people are, putting some effort into them, and I think, again, I just think maybe more trainings, a good thing. So I know you guys did trainings and stuff like that, and I still think the people that end up writing the grant may not actually see that or something. I'm not sure. So, but I think we're doing a good thing. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Brenda Moss with Visit Southeast Montana. So I cover the region. I'm on the tourism side, the region from Yellowstone, Bighorn, and Golden Valley counties. So basically Hardin, Billings, and everything down to Wyoming, east to the Dakotas, all the way up to Wyoming. To Webo, North Dakota. So, and to kind of just chime in a little bit on Christie's and a couple comments about Eastern Montana. I think that we're at the cusp of an opportunity of some things that are happening in commerce with some of the funding that's coming through from the last SB 540 and some of the community foundation grants that will be coming through. I want to get the right wording here, excuse me. The community grants that are open right now. And what it really is, in a gist, is they're 5-year projects where communities, whether they're geographic communities or thematic communities, meaning like the Montana Dinosaur Trail being a thematic community, would be getting apply for funding and mentorship and strategic planning to develop these communities. And that does include trails, which is why I'm bringing it up now. So this project was just kicked off March 1st with Commerce. And I'm not sure if this is the right place to talk about this, but I think the reason I bring it up is I think that there's opportunity for alignment between FWP and Commerce, and probably potentially even transportation for the pilot communities that get selected across the state, and it is specific to rural communities. So the big 7, so to speak, Missoula, Billings, Great Falls, they're not going to be eligible to apply for these grants. And the goal is to make the communities tourism ready. Well, that does include trails and recreational opportunities. So that's underway, and it's a pilot project. So I know we can dig into that and talk about it all day, but I'm not the expert on it. So with that, I think that the applicant pool this year is very strong. I'm eager to hear what you have to say about some of the other opportunities out there. I'm so excited that we have as much money as we do. And also that maybe we can think about some sort of mentorship to the communities or the areas that are really struggling to get something lifted off the ground. Mm-hmm. And maybe that can be in conjunction with this pilot program and some vertical horizontal movement between state agencies. That was my thought. And this is Dash, and thank you for letting me bring her, because she's almost 13 and does naughty things in my house when I leave her there with us. Which is for sale, so holes in the wall are not good. I just don't want to trip on this cold.
Tom, I don't know, I expect you're going to say something, but didn't you do some traveling to some of the smaller communities in the eastern part of the state this past year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So no, and I think what Brenda brings up is great. I do think there needs to be a lot more coordination between state agencies. And I do think we need to start taking more of a regional approach to this and understanding what needs are, and then how those needs can be addressed in these grant programs. And there's a gap there, which is this technical assistance and grant writing. And so I think today, really we're not here to focus on that, but I think we're focused on figuring out what our next steps might be, and then having some follow-up conversations to say, how do we coordinate with agencies? And then how do we leverage kind of the resources that are coming out of Senate Bill 540 and make that a great opportunity for trail development and trail building in communities based on their needs and what they're looking to accomplish.
And just it's not just those are not open to just Eastern Montana, they're open to rural communities. So my guess is that that would be dispersed across the state.
Great.
But certainly Eastern Montana is considered.
But yeah, I think that the general idea is we need to coordinate a little better. And then I think as a State Trails Advisory Committee, we want to establish some goals and recommendations so that we can then develop strategies and start getting this money more equitably across the state. Yes, so that is something that I want us to be thinking about throughout today. If you have some thoughts, put it on your comment sheet. And if it comes up and it's relevant to the applications we're addressing, that would be great too. But yeah, we need to develop something, because I think everyone's kind of identified that there's a gap here, and it's a State Trails Advisory Committee issue that we want to come up with a strategy for.
Tom, you already mentioned this, but in years gone by, you did kind of an internal scoring criteria, and you did that.
Yeah, so we have an internal review committee that scored using the same rubric and criteria, and they're going to meet at the end of this week to understand what the STAC's advisement is and the advice coming out of the STAC, and then make the final decision at the end of this week.
Recommendation.
Okay, so you're not sharing though what the internal was compared to like us or that?
Not today.
No, not this year. And so, but that leads into kind of this next slide, and it just shows us kind of where our grant cycle timeline is. So right now we've moved through the application deadline, eligibility review, internal scoring committee, STAC scoring, and here we are, March 5th, for the STAC review meeting. So following this meeting, we'll take all the information and advice from the State Trails Advisory Committee, work with the internal scoring committee to kind of finalize those, and then advance it to the Montana Environmental Protection Act review. And that then leads to March 18th, when we will post a proposed funding list. And that'll be for public comment. And that public comment is for strictly MEPA related issues. And so that list will show the organization, the title of their project, the amount of funding that they're proposed to receive, and then it will provide a link so the public can access the MEPA review paperwork that was there. And then today at 3 p.m., we'll have public comment for organizations that want to voice support and need and importance for applications that have been submitted. But the proposed funding list for public comment, when that public comment comes up, and this was a point of confusion for some organizations last year, that public comment is strictly for MEPA review purposes. And then today is for folks to advocate on behalf of applications that have been submitted. So once that public comment went,
Can
someone online?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can people still make comment if they didn't sign up to do that by yesterday?
No, unfortunately, it did close at noon yesterday so that we could prepare for today.
Thank you.
One thing that I will just add, one thing that Tom and Stephanie did that was different this year is they did reach out to all of the applicants to let them know when the appropriate public comment time would be. So we have 17 organizations signed up to make public comment today. And then for tomorrow, we have right around 10. So I would say that that outreach was very successful, and look forward to hearing from people later.
And you only have
Thank
30
you.
minutes for public comment? I'm teasing.
I know. We'll probably go over 30 minutes.
So yeah, and I think that kind of brings up too is we are still building this program. This is cycle 4. And I think when it comes to the internal processes of scoring and reviewing and making that objective and standardized and systematic, I think we've made some really good progress. And then I think there's still kind of programmatic things we're learning as we go, but we're heading in the right direction. And so a final decision notice should be out by around April 5th. And then grant contracts can be reviewed and signed starting April 8th, ideally. And I think we'll try and get those all wrapped up by June 30th, so that folks can start spending and get this money on the ground as soon as possible. So
Tom, I think you're doing a really, really great job. I've only been here twice, not 2 years, and I don't know a lot of what it was like before, but I feel that you are listening to us committee members, and I thank you for that, especially because I know there's been a lot of transition in departments across the state, across every level in Helena. So good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Brenda. So yeah, to kind of break down what we saw this year.
We have Wi-Fi here.
Yeah, I can go get the password for you.
So we saw 40 applications this year requesting $2.38 million. Last year, to provide just some perspective, we saw 54 applications requesting $2.6 million. So a little bit less this year in terms of the amount requested and number of applications, but really not that far off in terms of the final figure, 2.6 compared to 2.38. And I think as some folks have talked about, and we'll get more into the brass tacks of, I think the quality of application this year had been elevated. And so what we're looking at across the 3 eligible project types is for existing trail maintenance. That took up the majority of applications. So out of 40, we saw 23 that are dealing with existing trail maintenance. And so maintaining access and keeping existing trail infrastructure accessible and safe and running. And so 1.1 million in those types of projects. For new trailhead and trailside development, we had 10 applications, so about a quarter, well, exactly a quarter. And that was for 682,000. And then for new trail and path development, we had 7 applications for 529,000. And so really we're getting to the point where about a little over half of these applications are for, existing maintenance and upkeep. And then now we're having about half that are for infrastructure development. And I think that's trending in the right direction compared to years past. When we then go down to application type for user group of motorized, non-motorized, we had 8 motorized applications requesting 418,000 and some change. And then we had 32 non-motorized applications requesting 1.9. So yeah, there's still some there are clearly a lopsided amount of non-motorized applications. So I think one thing we want to talk about is, how can we foster and encourage more motorized applications to get into the program? What have we done in the past, and what can we do in the future to directly pinpoint organizations and recruit them and bring them into this funding opportunity? Because Bob, as you had mentioned, this year in the guidelines, we had instituted the 30-30-40 allocation. And so for motorized, the 30% is $600,000 a little and some change. And so we're shy of that by so there's $200,000 being left on the table potentially for motorized applicants. And so really, I think what we need to do is do some really considerate, stakeholder mapping. Where are motorized groups that have applied in the past? Where are they across the state? What are they applying for? Is it development or maintenance? And then identify the gaps of where aren't we getting applications, and where is the potential for, either OHV or snowmobile trail development or maintenance, and how can we just raise awareness about this funding opportunity?
Maybe this is in there, but are e-bikes motorized?
Don't bring.
Oh, Brenda, too early, too soon.
Yes or no, because like BLM, they are motorized, but it changes on which .gov it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That just answers I don't want to dig into that. I just wanted to, okay.
And I think
Sorry.
there is a lot of coordination that needs to happen there across agencies and jurisdictions, because it's different federally and it's different state and it's different with municipal governments. And so we're moving in that. I mean, we're being forced to coordinate better and come up with an understanding, but we're not quite there yet. But that's something that we have our eye on and we'll be working to address.
Brenda, Bike Walk Montana is putting together a group of people representing the various attitudes about e-bikes. And they're going to try to be prepared for the next legislative session, because there's been e-bike bills in the last 2 sessions that have failed, and probably for good reason, because they weren't very well put together. And I don't think the broad array of issues were addressed. So that's what Bike Walk Montana is doing right now. And they're trying to bring together, and like I said, not just avid bicycle riders or mountain bike riders, but an array of people, including private landowners and others, the disabled community, talk it out and try to be prepared.
Well, I was just wondering, because if e-bikes were considered motorized, would that alter where we potentially left $200,000 on the table? That's where that question really stems from. That conversation, but I didn't understand a lot of that. So thank you.
The other thing I think it's important, and Tom and Stephanie, you might correct me on this if I'm wrong, but the 30-30-30-40 assured access that Tom just explained. When we ran that bill through the legislature, now it's not written in the law, but when we ran that bill through the legislature, we continuously said that if any one category couldn't meet their 30% or their 40%, that money could be used by another category. And we pushed that hard in the legislature because, and Mark, in the RTP program, don't have that flexibility. You've got to go 30-30-40. And if they're not getting the applications from either non-motorized or motorized 30%, they don't have any option of shifting that money to another category. So we were aware of that when we ran Senate Bill 24, and the legislature it was made very clear to the legislature, and the department at the time agreed with this, that we would allow flexibility on any one of those categories if we didn't get enough applications. So it's not like the fact that we only got 418,000 motorized this year and we've got 600,000 that could be spent. That balance can be used in another category. Am I correct on the way that's been interpreted by the department? Okay, good.
Yes, so I think, yeah, it's money that's available for those types of projects and yeah, going out and recruiting and maximizing that allotment is, I think, a growing priority. So just getting back to this slide, and I think it's going to take a second to get back up here. I had to stop share there for a second. Then it kind of leads to this last kind of data point we have, which is these focus area projects. And we've brought this up a little bit. So I think a few things that we've learned. So this was a pilot effort to institute it. You know, we put them in the guidelines. And so there was some examples provided in the guidelines. Applicants are told to check off a box that say they read these at the end of every application. Based on the questions that I receive, I don't think people read the guidelines. So we're going to have to figure out a way to really encourage folks to actually read them. You know, they are, and they check the box that say they do, but kind of based on some of the information that's omitted or questions that are followed up, it's not being read. But we do have some examples about, you know, for example, here are improving accessibility to the outdoor measures and the same with reducing waste. So we will need to work on that. And the other part of the application that I think can be fixed when it comes to focus areas is one thing I failed to design in the application was check the box, yes. And then there should have been a paragraph saying, please point to, you know, what are the measures in your project that directly address waste management or universal access. That all being said, we did receive 31 projects that you know, check the box for universal access improvements, which is great. That's over 75% of grant applications now considering access improvement measures. And then we had 16 for waste management in the outdoors. And so really what we're going to do through this is try and understand what were these measures that were instituted in these applications, and then how can we provide a better example to applicants to say, you know, here are some things here are some steps that you can take, and here's what's been proven to work. Well, before I get to this next slide, I need to figure out how to get the share back up here.
It's on my screen.
It is on your
So
screen?
I think that people at home can see it, but I'm not sure why we're not seeing this in here.
Bob, what was the name of the people that are working on going to legislature with e-bike?
It's Bike Walk Montana.
Bike Walk Montana.
Yeah, Logan Smith is the person that's coordinating that.
Okay.
And very open. I know now that there's an accessibility group out of Whitefish now that are going to be represented on that group. There's a private forest landowner up in the Whitefish area. I believe it's going to be on that group. I know he's put his name in for it. And it'll be interesting.
Tom, Pat sees us.
Right, I just needed to share once I stop sharing to try and get a panelist in, and I can't reshare here. So we need the room to be able to see it.
Okay. We're having a couple little technical difficulties on I'm going to go ahead and let's take a 5-minute break. I know it's a little early, but we need to get this squared away. So we're going to take a quick 5 minutes.
Okay, where's the
Question.
All right, folks, online, we're gonna get going here again. So we're back up and we've got the shared screen here in the room. So the final little piece after focus areas is that, of the 40 applications, 32 applicants have previously received trail funding from FWP. And so we're seeing a lot of folks come back to this funding opportunity and they're identifying it. But we're only seeing, we're seeing less than 25% new organizations this year. And this could tie in to kind of the small number of motorized applicants. If we start outreaching to new groups, we're going to potentially get more motorized applicants. And I think this also leads into the regional distribution or lack thereof of Eastern Montana applications not being there. So I think there's a large group of organizations that understand this funding opportunity and that benefit from it. But right now, there's also a lot of organizations out there that still don't know about the Trail Stewardship grant program. And I think bringing this opportunity to light to new organizations is going to allow us to distribute this money more equitably across the state and more representative to how our population is across the state. Which kind of leads to the next point when we look at those are the administrative regions of FWP. We're currently in region 4 up in Great Falls, which is that green one. But if you look at the table to the left, you'll see that region 1, 2, and 3, Western Montana, is receiving they put forth 80% of this year's applications, so 30 of them. And then last year with 54 applications, regions 1, 2, and 3 also provided 80%. So we're only receiving an annual from regions 4, 5, 6, and 7. We're only receiving 20% of our application pool. And so, we have enough cycles now that this is now developing into a trend. We can identify this as a trend. We have a small number of applications coming from regions 4, 5, 6, and 7. Which kind of leads me to this next slide. And for those in the room, I've got a handout just so you can see it in person. But so this is some data that I found. It's the best map I could find, and it's not that great at that. But this is 2010 census data of Montana's regional centers and their surrounding counties. And so these data points and those figures are of those circles, which is a 50 square mile radius of these population hubs. And they show you, and again, this is 2010 data. And so it's a little short to what it would be now. And it also is only population estimates for regional centers that are identified in this map. But it can show you right here that regions 1, 2, and 3 with these major centers have an estimated population of around 445,967. And then regions 4, 5, 6, and 7 of FWP's administrative regions have a population estimate of around 373,000. And so when you kind of percentage those out, you could see that regions 1, 2, and 3 that are providing 80% of our applications are only really accounting for about 54% of the state's population in relation to regions 4, 5, 6, and 7, which we're only receiving 20% of applications from, but that's not kind of how the population is distributed over. It's not for a lack of population or communities on these regions. It's something that we haven't fully identified, but I think looking at this, I think we can see that there are these regional population centers where I think this kind of allows us to develop some start of a strategy to say, well, let's look at Havre, Lewistown, Great Falls, Miles City, and Billings, and understand kind of, let's better understand who the trail groups are in these communities and who could benefit from trail stewardship money, because it's almost half the state's population that are out in these regions. People don't think that. I think people think of Eastern Montana as sparsely populated, but when we're looking at Central and Eastern, it has our largest city in Billings and our largest urban center, and then it has a lot of communities widely distributed. But there's an opportunity here to start trying to get the money in a more representative sense out there. And Christy, I see your hand was raised.
So I thank you very much. And I just was wondering also about the funds that are used for trail stewardship. I would assume that many of the funds, like from the recreational marijuana, are generated in these other parts of the state. So just thinking also, it would be really interesting to see a map like that, like where the funds are being generated and where they're being distributed.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And we can try and get an idea of revenues from our budget office and try and get that to the STAC.
Really good data, really good information. I think it would also be interesting to look at what different public lands are. So are they BLM lands? Are they National Park Service lands? Are they National Forest Service lands? I think that might also give some understanding to where the gaps are. And my guess is, just off what I've seen, National Forest Service really knows what they're doing, and they're active. I don't know that we see as much action out of BLM, for example. And how can we even engage our own state parks more?
Right.
That's.
Brenda, you brought up a good, interesting point there. I used to be chair of the Western Montana Resource Advisory Committee for the BLM. And we need people representing recreation on those committees. Every time they have openings, I send the email out to the masses. They don't get many applications, unfortunately. They don't. And when I was on, I was the only recreation person there, but they listened and we did get some stuff done. But to get to the BLM, I mean, there's many ways, but those resource advisory committees is a great way. And it's not like the Forest Service. They don't just do grants reviews. The BLM racks actually review issues, management, and so on and so forth. And so you really have input to what's going on in BLM property.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because I mean, one of the reasons I'm asking for that is I'm pretty sure that a lot of these rural areas have a large proportion of BLM property, and a large proportion of that is actually managed. It's Montana Dakotas. So, and of course you're looking at a lot of cattle and gas leases.
Yeah.
And then you got a big chunk that's the WSA and Terry that.
Well, and one of the differences too, and I think this kind of goes back to training and technical assistance, because one of the differences, I think, just from my perspective between those two federal agencies, is that Forest Service also leans on partners to do a lot of work. We'll receive a lot of applications from groups that are working in partnership with the Forest Service, and we don't see that from the BLM. And so maybe working with the BLM to encourage them to develop partnerships so that applications and friends of groups can come on and start doing that work is part of that missing equation with a federal agency like the Bureau of Land Management.
And some of those partner groups maybe they haven't delved into partnership with BLM, but they might find that to be, an avenue.
Well, we made headways in the western part of the state, the Western Rack, because we had a backcountry horseman on there. We had a bicycle, more of a community recreationist from the Missoula area on there. I think they're still represented on there. But when you get over to like the Central Montana Rack, it's more cattle, ranching, heavy duty, and anti-bison. I remember that. And they didn't have anybody on that rack at the time that I was involved that really represented recreation.
So I see Madeline's hands up online.
Yes, I think when we look at these statistics of the application pool, so region 1 and 3 till 3 and region 4 till 7, that we also should look at what kind of population is living in those areas. Because just like I hear Bob, among others, now mention that the eastern regions are more cattle and BLM country than the Western region is. We are here in the West are mainly dealing with people apart from the working population, retirees who do a lot of outdoor recreation. I can imagine that the amount of people who retire to the Eastern Plains and Billings area are not in the same numbers as we have here in the West. I thought I'd throw that in for good measure.
Great, thank you. And I'll open up to Julie, who's got her hand raised.
Yeah, I think the BLM, at least in the eastern region, I think they don't have the resources available to deal with a lot of outdoor recreation though too. I talked to a woman with BLM here and she was overwhelmed with, I don't know if there's one in Glendive or Miles City area, but they don't have the staffing or the resources. And maybe they don't know how to partner with people like the Forest Service does. But I would also like to see the Forest Service here in Eastern Montana, because we have plenty in Powder River County. They certainly could have more motorized trail access here. And I guess I'd love to see some regional work done like you suggested, Tom.
Great. Well, thank you, Julie. And I think I would encourage all STAC members, because I think we're going to kind of couch this conversation and move into the application review. But if you can write these recommendations down, I think we've started the ball rolling, and I think we can come back and workshop these ideas. But I think if you can write these recommendations down, we can have those as formal STAC recommendations, and then start to try and address, what's a strategy to kind of build this capacity, because what we're identifying is a lack of capacity, and we're going to want to come up with multiple approaches to building that capacity and see which ones work and pivot and learn and build from there. So I'm going to switch my screen, and we're going to start kind of looking down through the applications. We're going to use the yellow banner sheet that says State Trails Advisory Committee 2024 TSP scores alphabetical list. And we're on schedule right now. Believe it or not, we are on schedule. It's 1:30, and we are exactly where I was hoping we'd be at 1:30. So that's great. And so, yeah, we've got an hour and a half until public comment opens at 3 p.m. and we're going to hold firm on that at 3 p.m. And we have, like Stephanie said, we have 17 folks signed up for that. And so let's go and take a crack at the first chunk of applications here. And I'm going to pull up my screen.
I know, she's making me feel
I'm very
guilty.
jealous.
I love that treadmill at my desk.
20 miles, Christy.
Only 0.26 right now. That's why I stayed home. The blood pools to my feet if I sit too long. So if I want to be smart, I have to move.
Somebody likes you. Oh my goodness.
Just running into that issue again.
That's hilarious.
Do we need Andy again?
What?
Do we need Andy again? Or?
No, it's just the screen sharing is
So
finicky.
it's showing up here.
You are seeing it.
Yeah, it's just,
We've got a 16-year-old cat.
but I'm seeing the yellow one.
Yes, the yellow one's what we're after.
It just takes a while for it to get to the TV. But
So
since
the
everyone
screen's
has
not sharing here, but it is sharing online. So we'll start, and we're going off the top of of the yellow score. And so, yeah, one application.
Yellow.
We'll go through alphabetically, and this will allow folks to follow on web grants too, if you want to pull up the applications. And we're trying to spend no more than 5 minutes on each application so that we can wrap TSP into today and leave time for RTP tomorrow. And so starting with our first application was Anaconda Trail Society. This was an existing trail maintenance project, and I want to open it up for comments from the STAC, what you saw. And really, I think what we're looking for today is talk about what did folks see in the committee as clear and obvious benefits to recreation opportunities, to improving community access to the outdoors. And then on the other hand, so what were the pros? And then within these projects, were there any caveats? Are there any areas of concern you saw or lack of detail that you want to bring forth? And so with the Anaconda Trail Society, let's just start by general impressions. We can see that it received a total score of 41.16 when it was average from the STAC. And based on the way we scored this year, the highest possible score was a 46, because with those project benefits, we had recreation benefits, we had community benefits, environmental benefits, and then economic benefits. And we accepted the top 3 out of those 4 scores. So if folks didn't have, had a weaker one area, this is how we kind of had talked about it in August. We said 3 out of the top 4 will be selected. So 46 was the highest possible scoring for all apps.
Well, in Anaconda, I gave him a 0 on waste. That was one of those. The thing that I noticed on some of these, Tom, and I mentioned this earlier, existing plan, they didn't get a real high score from me.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was several other plans they could have referenced.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're scoring on. It's on their relationship to existing planning
Mm-hmm.
documents or efforts in the area. And I scored them kind of low on that one. And then something else I wanted to mention, though, is the last variable was environmental benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I was right in this or not, but the way I scored them high. If they actually voiced in their application positive impacts to the environment or the area,
Mm-hmm.
I scored them up. If they just included their MEPA document, they did the MEPA document, well, that was base.
Yep.
Give them a 1. But then if they talked about benefits to the environment in their application, that's where I scored them up.
Yep.
So I presume that's what you were looking for, but that's the way I looked at it.
Yeah, and I think for folks that maybe took minimum approach on that, as long as their other benefits sections were robust, then they weren't penalized. And that's kind of why we put in that mechanism this year of the top 3 out of 4 benefits would be scored. And if there was one that was weaker, it's not going to, torpedo their scores altogether. And so we gave them that flexibility. Madeline, I saw your hand was up.
I had not lowered it, sorry.
Okay, Christy.
Yeah, and this is just kind of an overall. I felt like the environmental benefits were for many of these organizations, they were just talking about how they wouldn't, but they didn't seem to get the question. Like, does this give a benefit to, how is this making an impact for the, for the better? Because I think that a lot of them answered that, oh gosh, how did they answer? They didn't answer the question about improving anything. It was like, I can't remember if like construction wasn't gonna be a problem, or does anybody remember that? If that needs to be more clear?
Yeah, I agree with that. I understand what you say, Christy. Indeed, many said just that they would sow in the new grass where the construction had disturbed it, but there was no real future environmental benefit to it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so.
But you're not talking about this application because I'm looking at it right now and they clearly address how they will provide, long-term benefits by moving the trail away from the creek bed.
Yeah.
But I will say there were several applications in general, speaking in general, that just didn't bother to answer the question.
Right.
And I gave them zeros.
So this is helpful, I think, in terms of how we want to approach the rest of this review. I think we want to talk specifically about the applications we're looking at, and then these general, more broad outcomes are something that we can put in our comment forms, and we can, if we have some time at the end of today, we can wrap up with these kind of overarching ideas. But with Anaconda Trail Society, it scored high. It sounds like folks see it to be a good project. Have no concerns with this and how it looks. Is that a good summary?
Yeah.
Great. Well, then let's move down to Beaverhead Trails Coalition. And this was an existing trail maintenance project that also had a component of development. This was the bridge project. They added a photo to their application, which was the first and only time I've ever seen that. I thought that was pretty savvy. And so this came at a total score of 40.5. So I'll open this up for discussion. What do folks see as the clear benefits here?
I think bridges in general, when you have a major blockage, they're expensive and they're needed. So it's like, I scored this one very high.
The popular bridge used in all of our applicants is companies called Contact that makes it. This one out of Anaconda, AFCO Foundry out of Anaconda is going to build it for about 2/3 less than one of these Contact ones.
That's cool.
And it looks great.
Yeah. So that's helpful to know, Mike, too, because I think at a certain point, too, with the guidelines, we're going to want some sort of porting document that then provides a list of potential services around the state so that people can, because I think another theme that we saw in some applications was we didn't have bids and so I think not everyone knows where to find bids. So if we can provide some training and guidance for something like that too, that's kind of a STAC initiative that we could put together.
I think that pours money right back into their local economy too, because of that.
And we want the products and the materials being used within this money to be produced here in the state and staying home, really.
I support what Mark said too about that bridge, about a bridge, any bridge.
Mhm.
You can't do anything until you bridge the gap.
Bridge the gap.
Yeah, there you go. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Nice. Any thoughts online about the Beaverhead Trails Coalition application? Seems like a strong app. It scored high within the group, and so well liked, strong application. Great. Moving down the list, the City of Billings. This is a new trail path development project. It's part of a really big initiative, and this is a nice piece of the puzzle there. So I'll open this up to folks' thoughts and comments.
These were all non-motorized stuff.
Yeah. Any areas of concern with this application?
I will say, having been, I'm not involved with Billings Trails, or I'm not a member of TrailNet or anything, so public on that. But as a user and a citizen of the area, this is a heavy lift, but it's because of the what's the right word, Chrissy? The climb. I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's just switched back. It's literally an old stagecoach, and the part of this loop that's been worked on for the 20 years that I've lived there. It's pretty amazing what's coming, and this is like one of the last big pieces. So for what that's worth, I think that's super important. But then again, it's the biggest city, biggest, actually 175,000 people in Yellowstone County out of 1 million in the state. So a lot of potential users for it also.
Yeah.
And it's a super important connector from the Heights area to the valley. So there's that.
I had some comments. I thought it would have been nice to have some bids or consultants mentioned for the project. I just felt like their plan was pretty loosely identified. And I thought they could have highlighted more community and economic benefits of the project because I support the project. I'm not saying I don't, but the city of Billings, they have sophisticated people working there that they could have done just a little bit more. Otherwise, everything looked good.
I scored their matching narrative low.
Me too.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I wasn't. I like to know if I'm on track.
Yeah, no, I did too.
And you would have what would you have liked to have seen there in order
I'm
to?
struggling to remember what it looked like.
Okay.
But, overall, I just, if I score a narrative low, it just means they didn't talk about where their money's coming from or,
Right.
how they're truly getting, this, or if it's all in kind, or if it's city engineers that already have a job. That doesn't weigh as heavily as real cash on for me.
Gotcha. But overall, no big red flags with the City of Billings application. Solid.
Yeah.
Great. Then moving down the list, we have Bitterroot Cross Country Ski Club. And this is existing trail maintenance, winter grooming for Chief Joseph Pass and Lake Como Recreation Area.
Did you do this non-motorized?
Yeah.
This should be a motorized because this is mixed use snowmobile trail. as
Okay.
well. So.
Okay. Well, then that's
I
one
just
of
wrote
them.
it last week, so. And it was phenomenally well groomed.
Okay.
It was wonderful. So.
Great. And then this is, it's it's in the southern part of Bitterroot Valley. It's kind of the only show in town when it comes to Nordic skiing trails in that area that are groomed to this degree. You would have to go up to Missoula, I think, to get anything like that. So it's a really important trail network in the region.
Correct, I'm saying that. Mixed, yeah.
I love their implementation plan.
Yeah.
It didn't answer the environmental benefit question. And they didn't support universal access or waste management. That's what I have written. I don't remember it specifically. But if it moves it into the snowmobile, the motorized, then
I
that
have no
helps them.
issue. Yeah, I have no issue saying that's a mixed use, diversified type or whatever you want to call it.
I must have read right over that, Mark. I didn't realize they also groom snow. Oh, they use, that's
They
right.
use a
big
piston
river
bully
skier.
and just groom the whole bloody thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's trails that are that where they do use a snowmobile to set track as well, but they use the piston bully coming through, if I remember.
Have you seen their big modern warming hut?
No, I haven't.
We put RTP money into that
Okay.
20 years ago, probably. And we called it Gordon Reese. He was the, remember, Gordon? Or did you know him?
Of him, yeah, and of the facility, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was big time. But no, I didn't even think about that. It could be motorized.
And they may not have answered the universal piece correctly, but I actually felt like because of that, it's way more universal than most. So.
Well, I
So
had him scored down a little bit on about 3 of the burials, but overall their score was still reasonable. There was no red flags for me.
yeah, they got high scores for me in all those areas, but the ones, the one where they didn't answer the question.
So they averaged out at 40 here. And just as a gauge, we're looking anything that's scored below 38, I think is where we're going to start to want to understand why it scored so low. 38 seems like the kind of that threshold of cutting line. And so I think that's something that can help guide us when we're looking at, because we'll jump now to the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation existing trail maintenance. And this was above a 38 at 38.67. So it's above that cutting line, but this is an application that this is an organization that's been funded before, and this is to support 5 5 jobs, 5 limited duration jobs that will be on the ground in the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex for trail access. And so curious to hear what folks' thoughts were.
They said they couldn't get stats, but they could have done like outdoor rec stats. You know, it just felt like that was an excuse. Oh, we can't supply that because, you know, we're covering all these different forests. Well, how does recreation in general, active recreation, impact Montana, tourism, et cetera, health-wise? So I also felt like they put the horse before the cart is what I wrote. They're a year ahead in asking for money and they haven't identified the priority trails. But then they show them on the map. So they say in their narrative that they haven't identified the trails yet. They're going to work in partnership with the Forest Service to identify them. But then they supplied a map showing a bunch of trails that they were going to work on. So I just felt like there was some incongruity between what they were asking for and what information they were providing.
You know, I had them scored almost exactly what the average came out. But I guess one of the things we always have to keep in mind, especially on these backcountry projects, because we dealt with these with RTP grants back in the day too, is it's sometimes more difficult for some of these groups like the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation or some of the other groups to clearly identify all the trails they're going to work on, because a lot of times there's blowdown and they got to go in and clear trails. And so that's what I read in the part of their application was that, well, here's the trails that we think we're going to be working on, but there could be others involved because of special issues, fire, blowdown, all kinds of things like that.
And that might be
they're challenging.
That's probably the
broad maintenance backcountry projects.
But yeah.
Well, I see a hand up online. Carol, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm just learning your process, but I do have some input on the ones that fall on the Forest Service like this one. And you're right on. We do our best to help them identify trails before they apply. We don't know what the conditions are going into spring. The other thing I want to bring up about this one is good point on hiring like 5 positions, and also the consistency of these awards supports those folks training and often provide a career ladder into Forest Service jobs, which helps that, funding be retained and that labor be retained in the local community too. So.
Great. Thank you, Carol. Madeline, I see your hands up. You're still muted if you're talking, Madeline.
Okay, here I am. This is actually a remark that is valid for all trails used by horses, hikers, and in other areas by bikers. My question keeps on being unanswered, and that is, why do we? So I come from Europe where it's done different, and it's not said it's better, but I just wonder why we keep on doing the same thing over and over here in the States. Why are hiking trails and horseback riding trails made as one trail? Because as we all know, and I'm pro horse, so don't get me wrong, but as we all know, is that horses who go up and down mountain trails cause for incredible deterioration of the trail. Why is there not the separation? Why is the horse trail not besides the hiking trail or similar route? Because every cycle that I've been now in this process, I see that because of horses, the trail is so deteriorated that it has to be redone and refixed over and over and over again, which costs a lot of money. Excuse me?
Let's just click the window.
Sorry, Madeline, we're just working on one little thing here while we're listening to you.
Okay, well, that is basically my issue. Isn't it time that we switch over from one trail for all users into 2 trails and one for horseback riders, also as a safety concern, but mainly because of the incredible maintenance you have to do on a hiking trail, and also in areas where the hiking trails are also used by elderly and disabled people. This is a major issue, and why is that never addressed? I've brought it up before, and it was put under the table somewhere. And I understand that this is a difficult subject, but shouldn't we look at this slowly but surely?
You know, there's a lot to unpack there, Malin, but I think this is kind of a historic use of these trails, and horsepacking is part of the culture of a lot of those backcountry wilderness trails, and creating a second travel corridor would have just issues with the development and the environmental review process that would then be in. And a lot of the times these horsepacking groups do a lot of trail maintenance that do eventually kind of make up for the impact that naturally takes place with those stock animals. But
yeah, I understand
just
that.
one. Oh, sorry.
It's not our job, like.
Okay.
we're here to-
All right, I'll scrap it off.
That's a good point, yeah.
And just being mindful of time too. We do need to kind of keep going here.
That'll be taken up in the next state trails plan, right?
There you go.
Get me
Let me
started.
make note of that.
Okay, so this is some helpful feedback on Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. And yeah, I think but it sounds like looking at their application, they're potentially maybe more considered for partial funding than a full funding, and trying to work with them, because I think there's a really strong element of workforce development and then addressing challenges as they pose up. But it sounds, and based on the average score and some of the critiques of the application, there was potential for a stronger application, and we'll take it from there. So moving down to Bridger Ski Foundation. This is existing trail maintenance, winter grooming for skiing. It got an average score at the STAC of 41, which puts it above that 38-point threshold.
Yeah, I did too.
Except for environmental benefits.
So I know part of this project works on 4 different segments of trails around the Bozeman community in Gallatin Valley.
I think it's heavily used. That's they've got such a population base that it's a huge boom.
And there's the after school element, which is great. So it's you know, for specifically for after school programs, and then the trails remain open for general public outside of that. So no concerns here, all positive thoughts.
I had something about needs more money for year-round staffing. And I wish I had, I don't like to print all of the applications, so I just had, brief comments, but does that ring any bells to anybody? That they need more money for year-round staffing, and so they're not quite sustainable.
I didn't have anything for that. I felt as though they did express that their staffing is because they didn't ask for any salary in this.
Okay.
It's all operations on the ground.
Probably 80% seasonal.
Okay. And then the other thing that I kind of dinged them on was when they say see attachments and don't explain in the question, there's no text. I ding them on that too.
But overall, we feel good about Bridger Ski Foundation, everything it's bringing. Okay, so moving into Butte Silverbow County. If we look at the total score here, I think it's a little bit more of a conversation because we're under the 38-point mark, and this is existing trail maintenance on the greenway there. But it seems like there were some things in the application that folks maybe had concerns off based on the score. Any thoughts?
Well, I scored them all.
Start
I'm trying to see here.
Which 9 miles will be fixed? That's what I said. Economic benefits stats data, question mark, did not actually cite a plan.
Mhm.
Talked about project partners and other sections, didn't give detail on the plans, achievement dates, milestones. More details,
That's what I had
please.
too.
The whole blue section.
No,
Yeah, I haven't scored low on almost every variable.
Mhm.
It's a good project,
yeah, I said
but,
this is a.
but their
yeah,
application
yeah.
was not good.
So I do recall within this application too, I think there, within the budget, there were 3 line items requested and 2 seemed to directly translate to on the ground work. And then there was 3rd for salaries, and it looked like those salaries weren't necessarily tied to this project. It could be just part of the general parks and outdoor, or parks and recreation department. And so I am curious, as this is one thing that had come up, is, you know, we want to support workforce development, especially creating jobs that wouldn't exist one season, and this funding could come in and create a whole new job and do that. But I think one theme that came up with a few applications, and this one was one in particular, was, you know, there was a call for a line item for salaries, but then it wasn't clear that that individual was dedicated to strictly work kind of on this project, this application project the full time. And then that work would then be dispersed out into projects that are within their department, but completely outside of the grant request itself. Right. And I think we're going to want to clarify that in the guidelines.
Oh, I know Mike is involved down there. Is any part of this grant time sensitive? Not really. Like, if it didn't happen this year, it would throw them back like eons. Right. So, yeah. Okay. I mean, this could be one that through better training or, you know, just a better app next year, it'd be easy to support it. If it was
just a little more guidance.
Yeah, that's what I have. With a little bit more detail and effort, this could be an excellent grant application, but I just don't know I don't know enough about what they're saying they're gonna do.
You compare it to Gene Townsend in Shreveport, his is almost identical, and he did a beautiful job, I thought, of defining it.
Okay, great. Well, this provides some just feedback to provide to their applicant and say, you know, there's some work it sounds like a good project, but we need more detail in order to build that confidence. So Elkhorn Working Group. This was a motorized project. I had us fully motorized, new trail path development. It scored a 40 average with the group. And this is also a new organization that we've never seen before, so it's great that they're aware of the program. And yeah, it's based out of Jefferson County in Boulder there. So curious what folks thought about this, what stuck out to them, and what they like.
I love this application. I thought that it had clear benefits. I like the environmental, the historic preservation. I thought it showed a clear need.
Great.
Same here. That was one of my highest scoring projects, frankly, personally. They did well. Yeah. I had one variable they were a little low on, but throughout they did a good job in their application.
Yeah. Great. And I think this ties in well to, you know, Jefferson County and the Boulder community that is really trying to build out motorized trail system in that valley and tie it into the town of Boulder. And I think this is a good kickoff project, and it would be a lot for us to learn and for Elkhorn Working Group to build off and build those skills and experience, and ideally continue to do this type of access improvement work. Because yeah, it's a roadbed that's there, but it's not accessible. And so it's going to open up some existing infrastructure and make sure it's done the right way with the culverts.
Yeah, I suspect that there's probably, you know, the access to the state park, I think, is actually plus for it. Too.
Mhm.
There's probably already usage going on.
Yep.
I have to
Just
do
to
that.
formalize it.
And then I see significant ATV damage to the creek and it should be funded. I didn't necessarily give them a really high score because I thought there were there were typos. We've talked about those things in the past, but I do think it's a really important project.
Great, so that's helpful feedback, and let's do one more application and. Yeah, let's do a couple more applications and we'll plan to break at 2:15. So moving down the list, we have Evanston Engineering and Consulting, new path, new trail and path development. And it scored a 42.6. One point of clarity here is I was contacted by the applicant and they had said they were wanted to just clarify who they were submitting this on behalf of. And they're actually submitting it on behalf of the nonprofit Build the Park. So the 501c3 that's mentioned, that would be the recipient organization where the money would be, the award would be housed. And they're a 501c3 right there in Eureka. And so the applicant reached out to me and wanted to clarify that. So I just wanted to send that out here before we open it up to discussion.
And that doesn't worry you, Tom, that the nonprofit couldn't submit the grant itself? If they're gonna be accepting the money and do we know that the nonprofit wants the project? I guess, are those boxes checked?
Right. So I think it is a unique situation. So I'm curious to hear what the STAC has to say, because I think it's the first time we've seen this. Obviously, it was a very strong application and the assistance that was provided led to a high score. But I'm curious to understand where the STAC sits on this so that we can involve this into the final decision.
I think we're also in that same vein with the Montana Snowmobile Association's grant as well, where it's a kind of a third party.
They're re-granting.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we wanted to see based on some of our conversations last, was trying to figure out a way to help these smaller ones that can't.
Right.
So I scored it high. I can also speak that I've actually worked with Evanston. They were the contractor in my subdivision for the power company, and they did a phenomenal job. So very trustworthy. The owner is a very good guy. So I was impressed. So.
And Tom, I'm glad they called you and that you clarified that. Because I think several of us wondered. I scratched my head a little bit, but we've had other. I'm sure this Evanston Engineering is a part of that private nonprofit, or somebody from the engineering company is. We had the same thing on an RTP grant years ago up at Thompson Falls. The power company actually put an application in, but it was actually, in that case, it was for the town of Thompson Falls, as it turned out. So this has happened before. No, I think it's a great project.
Right.
I agree. I think potentially moving forward that we should think about, I don't know if there's any language we can have in there that the organization that's receiving the funds is actually the organization that applies.
Yeah.
I mean, they can have all the help from their consulting. I mean, they can be doing the work. The person who's entering into web grants, to me, that this feels a little in that gray area where I think we were all kind of like, what's happening here? And they clarified it, which is great. But then my other thought would be, and maybe this is checks and balances, is there another organization that can do that same work at a different cost? If it's over X number of dollars, do they have to get multiple bid? I don't know if you want to dig into that, but it could be perceived as very self-serving for a private entity to be doing this. So I think that is that gray space that we have to look to make more clarity.
I think ultimately, I think this could be a way to get more people applying for these.
Right.
Yeah. So you want to look at the positives, which I think is what we're doing, but still close any loopholes that could cut out other private entities from participating.
That's helpful. Christy, I see you have something.
Procurement.
I've just been trying to find where the I have that there's $7,000 in what was it? The
Indirect
administration.
costs.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to find out, is that are they paying themselves, or do they get the job no matter what? Are they a kind of a shoe-in now? It looked like the county will hire Evanson Engineering. And so it did kind of raise
So
some flags.
the Build the Park nonprofit will hire them. Because they've now been identified as a recipient. When it comes to procurement, state procurement policy, we recommend state procurement, but because of the way state or trail stewardship was set up, that's a regulation that was taken out that does exist in RTP, but doesn't exist in the state program in order to allow the on the ground projects to happen and remove that red tape. And so this would be the same as any certified contractor that had already been identified by an organization. I think what we're looking at is the application mechanism is kind of what is opening our eyes to this.
Congrats on that.
Yeah, I'm shocked on
I
that.
am.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've talked about this before, that in the guidelines, we recommend that folks follow the state procurement process of getting 3 bids for a project over a certain amount, but it's not a requirement.
Interesting. I'm surprised legal department after FWP let that one go. As tight as they've been on.
We're cutting red tape around here. Okay, so that's a lot of really helpful feedback, and yeah, I think understanding where those indirect costs are going would be one follow-up bit of information with this. Okay, moving, this will be our last application before break, before we break at 2:15. Five Valleys Land Trust, new trail and path development, scored a 40.67. This was a project that they further developed. They came to us last year with this application based on them receiving full funding from RTP. We said, right now we just don't have the resources, but you have a strong project. Please come back next year. They've done just that. And the application was well received by the STAC. And this does open up universal access. So I think this is a project that clearly puts universal access features into their application and project design. So I think that this can provide us with an example in the future to say, here's what we mean when we're talking about universal trails and the specs and considerations that we want to see in an application. But thoughts from the group?
I was just curious about using match funds from RTP. I think we've talked about that in the past, but it was just like, I can't remember quite what that was. And so I called it out as a question. I didn't necessarily mark them down for it. I just was like, is it okay to use the federal money for the match? And I'm sure it is, but.
So, I mean, from what I recall from past conversations that was one of the benefits when TSP came out, is to use TSP and RTP as match funds for each other.
My only other comment is that Five Valleys is a robust, very strong nonprofit that could do a cash match. They have enough donors. So it's kind of like they could have more skin in the game on it, but it's okay. I think it's also a great project. And I love that.
On that vein though, that's the kind of grant, and I'm very glad that you brought that up because I don't know that about them. And it's like, if you have to trim just a little bit, that's a good grant to trim a little bit, because they've got that. They could make up a 10 grand difference or something like that probably. So.
Item scored down a little lower than the average, not a whole lot, but the recreation benefits to me wasn't very well identified. Economic benefits, I scored them kind of low on that. And their match narrative, I had them scored way low.
Yeah, probably because
maybe that's that same point you're making right there. So I had them. I was a little bit below the average. I'm still above the 38 on the score I had for them, but those are the areas that they fell a little short for me. It is a good project.
Okay.
I've seen
Well, and
the
I
area.
really like
Yeah.
their partnership
Yeah.
with Summit. I mean, not
Yeah.
a lot of nonprofits really work really hard to work with the disabled community on understanding needs. They just do the bare basic and follow the guidebook, and to just really involve Summit, I thought showed really good outreach.
Great. And I think another feature of this project that makes it a little unique is it's essentially an area that would be a fishing access site, but and they're providing it with trails and infrastructure that would go beyond any fishing access site that would be under FWP. And that was some input that was received also from the region 2 there with FWP. They said, this goes above and beyond anything we would do at a fishing access site to improve universal access and safe recreation along the water, which can be challenging to find. Okay, great. Then let's take a pause. We'll take a 5-minute pause and we'll come back at 2:18. And we will look at Flathead Snowmobile Association's application and go from there. So 2:18, 2:20, let's come back and get it going again.
Hey, Tom and Stephanie. Can you guys see Tom's share screen up on your screen right now on the poly screen or not?
No, that's
You're not
what we're
sharing.
struggling with.
I'm sharing now.
Now he's sharing.
Can you guys see it now?
We can you?
Yeah. Are you seeing it on
Okay.
your chart though in the room? Because I know you guys were saying.
Oh,
Now we are.
now we are.
Okay.
So there was a couple of weeks in.
Great.
Good for you.
All right, so reconvening here, 2:20 and we've gone through 10 applications so far, so we're a quarter of the way through. And we're making good time. In 40 minutes, we'll open it up for public comment. And so hopefully we can get another 10 applications here done. And so we're about halfway through at public comment. So getting back to the list, we've got Flathead Snowmobile Association, existing trail maintenance, winter grooming, and came in at a 37.8. So I think we just want to have a conversation about this. So I'll open it up to the room to provide their thoughts and impressions on it. Anybody online?
No.
Can I just clarify, there's brush?
I thought it was a good application. I scored it pretty high and thought it should be funded fully.
Great. It is a fully motorized project.
I had it scored a little higher than the average, came out. I thought it was a decent application. And like you just said, it's motorized.
Yep.
That'll be an interesting discussion we've had before. If we only have 400, what was the number? $480,000 in motorized requests?
Mhm.
Should we just fund all of them?
I think we lean to that, and I think we just identify any red flags in any of those motorized applications.
Yeah, well, the first year I was on this committee, it sounded like if they scored below a certain level, we weren't gonna fund them, even if we did have the money in the pot. But my attitude about it is, if we've got 600,000 available, I don't care what they scored. Unless it was just, there's something that was absolutely illegal or
sure,
or bad judgment to fund, but there wasn't any of those. So I'd say the motorized ones funded.
Well, great. Then I think we move down to the next application, which is Fort Peck, Town of Fort Peck, new trail and path development. This is in Region 6 of FWP, and first time the local government is coming to the program, and they had an average score of a 36. But so I just want to open it up to conversation. Maybe, what did we, I think there's clear benefits to this. It's a town that's never applied before. It's a new trail that improves safety and connectivity in the community, but it also seems like there were areas of the application that could have been improved. So what kind of feedback would we have there?
The funding narrative was like 2 inches long. I mean, they really need to. You guys on break? Expound on that.
No. Do you want me to fiddle with it? Or? We got it. Oh, you got it.
You need
Did you
to.
just start hitting buttons?
Other applications, we've asked for more detail, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think we should definitely fund them for Peck, but the budget's really important. You need to be able to, as the state giving them money, you need to have confidence that they know what they're in.
Yeah. And this brings up an interesting point, Ginny, that I don't think we've addressed here in the program yet, but I think this is the year to start instituting a new practice. These are proposed projects. They're not set in stone. And so we can come back to these organizations and say, hey, we like X, Y, and Z. We really don't like Q, and we want to change it to something else. And then, so I think maybe with the budget here, how would we like to see that improved, and maybe how could that be strengthened into contract language?
Yeah, I think they've got a
There you go.
75% very well-written grant. They just resubmit it next year with those needed improvements. It would probably fly right through.
Christy, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is a Native American community, correct? That's applying. Am I right?
It's not on the reservation. I believe the town of Fort Peck is outside the boundaries of the Fort Peck reservation. It's proximate.
Okay. Well,
But it's a local government of the state.
Okay. I just was thinking that it was Native American, and I just want to kind of point out cultural differences and how, some cultures are less verbose than others. And I think that that could be considered if, for applications that they don't speak the rules of, what the status quo speaks. I feel like we need to give some forgiveness there.
Great. Yeah. So yeah, and I think this also is the only application from Region 6 in FWP, and so geographically, it's the only one from this region of the state. Yes, Brenda.
Is there an opportunity for FWP, AKU, to do some mentoring in the situation like this? I mean, really, instead of us saying next year,
right?
Kind of, and this is a little out of the norm, but make that a stipulation of some of the projects.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. I was saying, when I follow back up, I can say, these are the components of the project that were proposed that we liked, and here are the components of the project that we want to work with you to then put them into contract and upgrade them. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. What are those components with the budget that we could improve through the contract negotiations? Yeah. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Yeah, because this was brought up at the last go around too. As a matter of fact, I was the one of the 2 or 3 who brought it up that we should have a special consideration for applications that came from any kind of tribal groups. And then too, it was said that they would be mentored. And I thought you guys had taken steps to mentor them somewhat with the application process, because indeed their use of words is maybe different from what we do here in the West, and their experience with it and everything. But anyway, we went over it. So I just actually basically want to say that I support Christy.
Great. And then just for clarification purposes, so last year we received an application and fully funded one from Fort Peck Tribes, and that was the Buffalo Connections Trail just outside of Poplar, and that was on the reservation. So that was the tribal government who applied. This is the town of Fort Peck, which is by the lake, which is slightly outside the reservation's boundaries. It's a state government. It's in the region, but I just want to clarify that it's a different form of government. Last year, the tribal government, Fort Peck Tribes came, and then this year it's the town of. Same name, same region, just slightly different.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. I'm aware of that.
I encourage you to give them the money.
Great. And then I think, then really the takeaway here is working on that funding narrative with them and just building out just some clear detail in the budget.
Yeah, I support that, Mark. I would like them to get the money too.
So maybe in the parking lot for our recommendations overall.
That's what I
considering the capacity of staff to do to be a mentor. You know, would we look at up to 3 projects per year could be considered for mentorship or something? Because again, you know, we can't keep putting all that on staff if you don't have, the department doesn't have the capacity to do it, because it is,
Right.
I don't want to say hand holding, but it's work outside of your normal workload.
Yeah, I think this comes to technical assistance, and I think one big takeaway from this is that it might be helpful for the State Trails Advisory Committee to all sign on to a letter and say, we're identifying a need for technical assistance, because right now, FWP, we don't provide any technical assistance. We don't have a position that's associated with outdoor recreation technical assistance on the ground. I think the closest thing that we would have that could help with technical assistance is the Montana Trails Coalition. But right now, the agency, we don't have dedicated resources to the problem we're identifying. So I think we've identified this problem, and there needs to be mentorship and coaching and guidance. And this could be, you know, a position request down the road, but I think it would start with a recommendation from the State Trails Advisory Committee saying there's a need for technical assistance across the state, especially to level up organizations that have an idea and have a project in mind, but we want to get them to a higher a level of application criteria, so that then we can have more confidence investing in them.
I support that 100% and adding the language about looking to collaborate again with other departments. Departments, that's super important.
Did you have some?
No, I think you touched on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, technical assistance really is, it's a gap right now. We don't have that as something being provided. And I think the planning, in order to put together a trail grant application, you've got to have some resources and some available time to plan it out in order for then it to be qualified and meet the criteria for funding. And we need to address that gap. So I think this is a good start. And I think our next step would be to formally identify the need for this and then figure out some pilot communities to work with and demonstrate the success and build a technical assistance model for trail and outdoor recreation development.
I like that technical assistance model or resource. I can think of this Foot Locker, but you know.
Library, yeah.
Resource center, people can pull things and watch short webinars that have been pre-recorded where you talk about like this and that.
Right. And that exists, I think, from the national level with American Trails, but we don't have one that's specific to the challenges that rural Montana communities are facing. And it sounds like we can pull a little bit of that information from that large scale national nonprofit, but we also
do
need
those things as well as then providing specific input on, especially what I wrote down, because I'll help. I can help with that letter to help increase the equity in the applications and the implementation of the trail grants themselves. Something like that.
Great. Well, I think this is very helpful. I think this is maybe the 3rd or 4th time it's come up as a theme, but now we're kind of establishing what we really want to develop and how to go forward to address this gap.
Yeah.
So then getting back to the list, we have Friends of Thompson Park with existing trail maintenance. And they scored 40.16 as an average. This is a group that first came to us last year, and they've demonstrated success with their first grant. And so I'm curious what folks thought with this. They added a few more elements to the project this year. And yeah, what were folks' takeaways?
Curious about their cash match. But I know the project area, such a highly used area. I have it's overall a great application. I actually scored them way higher than the average group.
Small request too. I
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're great.
I don't think it's worth wasting.
Jocelyn was with the Forest Service forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's-
Yeah.
She's superior.
It'll get done and it's
Yeah.
relatively cheap.
Yeah.
I use it all the time, yeah.
Kind of a no-brainer.
Great.
How'd you classify this one? Non-motorized or?
Not non-motorized.
Well, you know, in the application, it said one trail allows ATVs and motorcycles, rehabilitating trail tread to eliminate trenching, enable water to move off the trail.
Mhm.
So there's a trail in this project that's motorized apparently.
Great.
So that could be another
It
one.
is.
I mean, if
It's
we
good, it
want
is.
to put it over on the motorized side, even though the majority of it's non-motorized, but there's a motorized trail included.
So it could be in that second, third mixed use.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Great.
Good idea.
All right, so we're all in support of Friends of Thompson Park.
We love Thompson Park.
And
It had nothing to do with Jocelyn.
No.
moving over into Gallatin Valley, we have Gallatin Valley Land Trust application for a new trail path development. And they scored a 39.33. This was a project that was involved in their application last year and they got partial funding and it was for the other part of the project. So they came back this year and said, you know, they had applied for it once before, it came back again. And curious to hear folks' thoughts.
Well, I had it scored lower than the average. 0-0 on the first two. I had them scored low in rec benefits. Existing plan. Budget narrative.
Yeah, the narrative, the match narrative got a low score on.
Yeah, same here.
So we'd like to see them put in more than the minimum 10%. Either cash or an
So just a point on the match. So in the contracts, all the matches end up being written at 10% for the sake of paperwork and administration, and we encourage them to add more. But also then because it's a 10% match that was lower than the 20% RTP, that was how it's designed. We don't like fault anybody for only making the 10% or like provide additional scoring points for someone that makes a 40% match. We want that down the road, but I think for level playing field, we keep it at 10.
Yeah.
What was, again,
Did
I had.
they include a map? I didn't see a map.
I believe so. I don't have the application portal pulled up. I do know it's a heavily used trail system there that's close to the community and open to all the public.
I had a
Maybe
pretty good score on project location, which for me was the map.
So it's at 39.33. It's above that 38 threshold, but it sounds like there's some, my question is it full or partial? Yeah, it doesn't, we don't have a definitive look. So where's the stack kind of when it comes to full or partial possibilities for funding?
I recommended partial funding at 30,000.
Great.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
You know, this is another one. They're a great group. And they've done so much good work down in that part of Montana.
Yeah.
But their application, I had it scored down several points lower than the average. So yeah, partial funding is reasonable to me.
Okay. Great. Then moving on, Gateway to Glacier. New trailhead development. Scored 40 with the stack. Asked for 90,000 to put some infrastructure in a place that used to just be a slash pile. So there's some development going on here and turning something that wasn't into a new access point. So curious to hear what folks' thoughts are.
Sorry.
I loved how they-
I don't think so.
Sorry, what?
That was my kids.
I like how they tied the project to 3 goals within 3 different levels of government.
Yeah.
So they really thought about how it ties into local, state, and federal.
Mhm.
That really stuck out to me. And timeline, I felt like they were realistic and they set some good milestones.
Yeah, this was a strong application. And I do think when it comes to that section about does this align with current plans? You know, not only did they get the SCORP, which we provided as example, essentially low hanging fruit, but then it, brought it to these other tiers. And I think once you have a local plan that aligns with the a state and federal plan, we're really looking at a project that is vetted in multiple published sources, and they're using that information to turn those strategies into on the ground implementation, which is what we're looking for.
On their budget, they just didn't really explain where they would get their cash from. You know, some of the applications were really good about saying we're a volunteer organization, but this is how we get our cash match.
Mhm.
I had their narrative marked down.
Seems to be a common theme too, that maybe we put in our parking lot for recommendations.
Mhm.
Is a little bit more explanation on the application itself. Not just do you have a cash match, but and how do you, I think it's a borderline, like, they are public information, right? Or not, I don't know. Are we, going too far down into a hole that's not the purview of this organization? But it also shows responsibility, accountability, transparency by the organization that's applying.
Yeah.
And if we have questions about it, then then we're going to pass on them and go to somebody else. So why not ask in advance?
I just don't want it to make it. I agree, but I just don't want to read more.
Yeah.
Right.
But you can have a little bit more than what they put in.
Yeah.
Just
Or give
tell
them
us a tiny bit
give them
about where this
3
came from.
choices.
Yeah.
Will be found. Don't know yet, but we'll find it. Because some communities, seriously, I've been told this by some of our communities that, if we get this grant, we know we can go to the State Bank of Terry and get $1,000 advance.
Right.
To do this for something. And small communities will do that.
Mhm.
So, give them 3 choices, then at least we know.
So this is helpful because this is a new section of the application. I failed to mention that last year we were just scoring the budget table. And then we talked and we said, we need a little bit more information. So we put in the narrative this year. And so now it sounds like we keep the narrative, but then we also need to provide a little bit more guidance as to what we're looking for specifically with this match narrative. Because we do understand that sometimes the match will appear if the grant is awarded, but it might not be completely locked in yet because
Or if we're using the federal funds, or if they, have a fundraiser in progress or, stuff like that.
So providing more examples in the guidelines on budget narrative is something that we'll
That's
do.
great. Yeah, that works.
And I had to recommend at least partial funding, and I scored them sort of low on the community and economic benefits. They gave a lot of, according to national statistics, trails are, improve public health. And that isn't convincing to me. That's not special for this particular trail. Yeah, and the other thing was the cash match. The match narrative.
This is non-motorized.
Yeah. Yep. Well, great. So
One more consideration, Tom.
Yep.
How'd you classify this one?
yeah, it was classified as non-motorized. I think it's a multi-use.
Right out of the
trail.
application, the project benefits both non-motorized and motorized trail user groups, as the trailhead will provide hikers, cyclists, horseback riders, families, trail runners, and dirt bikers, both non-motorized and motorized trails.
Well, there you go. Well, it would have elements of both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Well, and I think based on how it scores, it's above the partial threshold. I mean, it's lined up for full funding as it is.
Yeah. Well, that's the way I had it.
Yeah.
But I think we need to consider that motorized aspect.
Quite diversified, yeah. There is such a thing.
Glacier Nordic Club. Existing trail maintenance, 37.16, so it's below the 38. There is a component of this application that is ineligible for funding, and they asked for some of the funding to help them with trail assessments and planning. And so we don't fund planning. And so there's an element of this request that is already not eligible for funding. So it's currently lined up for partial just based on that technicality. But it's also below the 38-point threshold. And so I'm curious to hear folks' thoughts about this.
And I had a question because I don't know the rule, but and this came up just briefly a minute ago, but I left it till now. So they could get a TSP grant and use it for match against RTP?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That was a question for me too.
Yeah, I did not know that we could do that. I know we use state like snowmobile funds as grant as match, so.
Yeah, I think the department, the departments encourage that forever, Mark.
Now, this one, they did also answer the question saying that they were, elements of both was the way they answered their thing. And I'm going, this is completely non-motorized in my opinion, based on what I know about the Glacier Nordic Club. Maybe Stephanie.
No, I don't know much about them. I don't think that.
But I'm pretty sure it's just cross-country ski
I'm
trails.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Cross-country ski
And
there.
so I just, that question struck me as a little bit incorrect answered, but
I remember seeing that in there too.
I scored this one pretty low based on their narratives. Their entire budget section just was
I
very,
was
very
so
low.
confused.
Yeah.
Budget section.
I think there are some definite red flags and inconsistencies with this one.
And it was their first time applying too, right?
Really?
I think to trail stewardship, but I believe they've applied in the past.
Regularly applied.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And they've gotten that funding in the past. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Okay, so moving on, we have the city of Helena. And this scored a little bit lower than that at 35.66. So I'm really curious to hear what folks thought. This was the bike skills course up Davis Gulch. But I'm curious to hear why or how it kind of landed at 35. Were there elements of this that stood out to folks?
I scored it very low too. Rec benefits were low.
Yeah.
Of course, they got 0-0 on university access and waste management. I had them way down in rec benefits. I had them low on partner benefits. Oh, almost straight across on nearly every variable. I had a good score on workforce, but frankly, they're one of the lowest scoring projects. And I hate to say that because I know the project, but
yeah,
it's a bad application.
I was concerned about the feasibility of getting it done by the end of the summer, considering they haven't even started to design yet. So, I mean, I would ask them to reapply next year. I think it's a really important project. I've ridden that skills course. It does need to be, I mean, it's going to be dangerous if they don't fix it.
Yeah.
It gets pretty good use.
It
It's
gets
amazing.
a lot
It
of
gets
use.
used.
But
Yeah.
they need to expand on their partner groups.
They could have provided some data to support that use too. If we have two members that know it gets used, but then why aren't we reading that in the
They need to
application?
bounce on that trail. I mean, this is one that I feel like they just threw this together and didn't put a lot of effort into it. And it's really made me sad because I see kids on that course. It's just so used in the summer, but
So we know the need is there. There's just an element of the application that really hasn't put it in a position to succeed. It's tough.
Yeah.
Davison Gulch?
Davis.
Yeah,
Gulch.
Davis, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Moving down the list, we've got Kings Hill Grooming Association, new trailhead development. Scored a 37.67. This is the emergency shelter and latrine. So waste management element is addressed here. Open it up for comments.
I had it scored a little higher than the average, but
I did as well. I
Well,
know
I got
where
it
it's at,
still.
and it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's like, it's a very badly needed, so that's right.
well, this is another motorized application, isn't it?
Yep.
So aren't we just gonna fund it unless it's a crappy application?
Yeah, I think right now it's lined up for full funding through the motorized allotment. And the question is, are there any major concerns that take
I scored
full
it
funding
really
off?
low, probably because it is out in the middle of the nowhere,
it
and
is,
I
but
felt
yeah.
like they would get, I mean, it would get that use 2 months of the year and then.
Well, I think it's open for summer. I think it's, I think,
Yeah, it's open year round, and that's a heavily used ATV trail as well. Yeah, so.
Well, then I think it's lined up for.
No description that it is even a vault toilet.
Probably should correct benefits.
Cites the score goals, but does not explain how it meets them. No stats or data for how the project helps surrounding communities or the environmental impacts of waste management. Timeline and was vague.
Well, then I'll highlight kind of the timeline, and that can be something that can be worked out through detail and in contract to make sure that's up to speed. But I think based on its score, based on its allotment with motorized and no major red flags being identified right now, it's lined up for full funding. All right, and we'll be able to get 2 or 3 more in here before public comment at 3, but we will have a hard stop at 3 to open up for that. So last chance Nordic Ski Club, existing trail maintenance on McDonald Pass, scored a 40.16. Folks' thoughts on this?
Clear benefits, recommend fully funding, scored high for me.
Yeah, it scored high for me.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think another part of this application was, again, and I think this is a theme a little bit with the Nordic trails, is they're kind of the only show in town. And so what the application said was, if we don't fund this, then in the Helena community in Lewis and Clark County, then the next closest set of ski trails is down in Butte, which is 60-70 miles away. So it seems to be a really necessary winter trail system for the community, because the alternative is an hour and a half away.
Under this kind of falls under that technical assistance center, but one of the things that I find with some of these groups with the grooming, and whether it be the snowmobile or the Nordic ski, is that they have the club and they have the person that's been doing it for 35 years, and there's no plan or there's no mention anyway of like building the next generation of stewards that will be like, it would be great to see them saying, and we'll be training the net, a new groomer to help. It's just something that I'd love to see be put in like that resource library, because you worry that if somebody can't do it any longer, they suffer some kind of health issue. There's no one that can pick up the slack.
I think some of the groups do have people that are exactly what you're talking about, but you don't want to mention them in this grant application. You want the guy that's been there 47 years, and he has a doctor's degree in grooming, so they don't mention this kid that is up and coming.
But maybe that's something that we could talk about as, in sustainability areas
Yeah.
or something.
The technical assistance.
I think volunteer development is a need.
It's a need.
Across the state, and I think there is a generational gap. I'll speak on behalf of my generation. we don't volunteer as much. We don't have free time and we're working paycheck to paycheck. There's a generation, but so there needs to be some sort of crosswalk to reinstitute volunteerism in a new way. It's not going to be the same as that it's been for 30, 40 years. But I do think that there needs to be some volunteer development guidance. I don't think it's going to hurt anything.
You know, that might be something in the guidance you could mention under ongoing maintenance.
Mhm.
Because that'd be a perfect place to put that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know with the snowmobile clubs, the operators have to go to that training FWP puts on every other year.
Mhm.
And then they have their own training at each club, you know, from
Mhm.
groomers to new people coming on. So it might just be another short sentence in there about long-term maintenance.
Yeah.
However you want to word it.
Yeah. Well, and I think volunteerism too is a conversation that can really be opened up, because I think there needs to now be a little bit more incentive. So it's less fully volunteer giving your time, but there's also some sort of benefit for the volunteer, and whether that's a gift card or a free pass for a trail pass or something like that. It just seems like volunteering as we know it is changing into something else, and it's really going to take some encouragement to bring people
It's a
on board.
tough one for sure.
Here's the hardcore in me. I had this one scored down. I use those ski trails.
Mhm.
And I have been a member of that club. I haven't joined this year just because I haven't. No good reason. But so I use those trails. I've been a member of that club, and yet I had them scored down a few points lower than the average. So I'm glad to hear everybody else thought it was great. Just had to say that, you know, sometimes these projects, especially if you know them,
Mhm.
and then, you know, I stick to the scoring rubric, I always have.
Mhm.
You have to.
Yep.
And it's a little tough sometimes when you might be a member of that club, or you might at least know, like I say, I've skied up there.
Mhm.
It's can be challenging, but yeah, I had them scored down a few points below the average. So I'm glad to hear everybody else thought it was great.
Great. So moving on, and this will probably be our last application before public comment. We have Lincoln County. New trailhead development scored a 43.5. It was the highest scoring average with the STAC. You'll remember Lincoln County came to us last year and had a project that scored very well, but it was deemed ineligible because it was a boat ramp and not a trailhead. So I have been working with Lincoln County a little bit to address those needs along the river corridor that currently can function with elements of a trail, but isn't a trail like how the trail stewardship program views it. But this application, Lincoln County has come back and provided a really thorough look at how to improve a trailhead in a very high used area of the county. And so I'm curious what folks' thoughts were, and if it's the highest average score, it seems lined up for full funding according to the STAC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought it had clear benefits, environmental, economic, community. I recommend it for full funding. Good plan, lots of support.
Great. So that's good to see them come back this year and score so high. And so we got 2 minutes until public comment. Let's take a quick pause. We're going to switch over the technology and open it up for public comment at 3 p.m.
Okay, hi, everybody. Jaden Ewart is our new administrative assistant for the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at FWP, and she's a rock star. She's gonna run this public comment period. We are imposing a 2-minute time limit, so I'm gonna turn this over to Jaden and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Stephanie. So for anyone that's online, and wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand so I can call on you. As Stephanie said, you'll have a 2-minute period to comment. Remember to state your name and spell your last name for us as well. So it looks like we'll start with Robin.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Robin McKernan, McKernan. I'm with the Anaconda Trails Society, and I was just wanting to stress that the trail within Washoe Park, probably the most utilized trail within Deer Lodge County. The section that we are planning on doing the repair to will complete the project that we started back in 2021. It's just a small section. And once that is complete, the trail throughout Washoe Park will be compressed gravel, which will be ADA compliant, better for the dogs, better for people walking, easier on your knees, and people walk through the park daily, even through the winter. It's maintained the trail. So it's a wonderful project, a wonderful trail in a beautiful setting. And I hope that you guys consider the project. And I really appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment, Robin. Next we'll go to their guest name on here is 14064. I'll allow you to talk now, so hopefully you know who you are.
Well, it told me to unmute, so I'm assuming that's me. I don't know that number. My name is Fred Bailey. Can everybody hear me? Am I talking?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can.
My name is Fred Bailey. I'm the president of the Montana Snowmobile Association, and I want to thank you for allowing me to talk about this grant. I do want to say something first in regards to the 2 projects ago about volunteers. The AXA, which is American Counties Snowmobile Associations, has started a program to recruit the youth into our programs. We're putting them into our associations as a district member at large, and we're also encouraging them to get more involved, and they have started building their own groups together that will assist the associations in every state. There's several states that have really robust groups going right now. Montana is in the process of getting it going. So just to let you know, we do recognize that problem and we are working to fix that. Just a brief overview. Montana Snowmobile Association is made up of 25 clubs with 26 groomers. These groomers used to cost around $200,000. They're about $400,000 now. We just bought one this year. The money that is used to fund the grooming for these comes from the fuel tax money that was determined to be fair back in 2013 through an economic impact study. Because of a legislature stopping us from being able to use the data, we haven't had an economic impact study since that 2013. We did get that resolved last session, so we are working on a new study. That study determined that we would get about 500 to 600,000 per grooming, and it would be distributed amongst all of those clubs. We currently groom across the state 400 or 4,000 miles of trails. most of our trails are open to anybody. We've actually had the Fat Tire Bicycle Group in Gallatin asked to be part of our Winter Trail Pass, of which we graciously allowed them to. We also have dog sledders, cross-country skiers. Everybody is welcome to use those trails. And so we take the burden on maintaining and grooming those trails for the public, and we're happy to do it because it helps our folks too. The reason.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Cliff Sheets.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Cliff Sheets. I am the treasurer and a board member for the Last Chance Nordic Ski Club. And you've already commented on our application, so you've all read it, and I don't have a lot more to add to the substance of it. I think it speaks for itself. But we do groom the Nordic trails on the Continental Divide near Helena. And I just want to reiterate what was said in the application. This is a very high-use trail system, given the large population base. We also do groom the municipal golf course when possible, given snow conditions. We have an established youth ski education program, and I think we've had a long presence in the Helen area, so we've got some very strong partnerships, and we offer strong recreational benefits. So I just wanted to thank you for your consideration and your support. We couldn't do it without you, and I'll be happy to take any questions or concerns that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Sue Kenyon.
Hi, I'm Sue Kenyon, Kenyon. I'm here representing the Elkhorn Working Group. We submitted a grant, a request for to repair the McCarty Creek Trail, it's an old stage road from Boulder to the Elkhorn mining town. It's a multi-use trail with very heavy motorized use. Due to the motorized use, the trail is in really bad shape, and what has happened is the trail has sort of shifted over time and landed on the bottom of the creek bed. And we believe that if we can reroute the trail, that we can restore that habitat. The local biologist, fisheries biologist, has told us that the fish will come back if we get the motorized use out of the creek. And we were kind of hoping that would be that would work out good. The access road to the trailhead is in bad shape. It's really rutted and there are potholes. This right of way is owned by Jefferson County only. It is adjacent to state and BLM, but it does not run over anyone's land except for Jefferson County. We do have the support of the Butte Ranger District and the support of Jefferson County. So we're hoping to fund this and get it done this summer.
Thank you for your comment, Sue. Next we have a Sam McSherry.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Sam McSherry. That's MCSHERRY. And I'm a project manager for the Trust for Public Land based in Bozeman, Montana. I'm here to talk about the Yellowstone Heritage Trail, an application that the Trust for Public Land put in with the support of Park County for funds related to the trailhead and trail development on the immigrant segment for the Yellowstone Heritage Trail. I think we all know Park County has faced some serious hardship in recent years. Obviously, we're all dealing with COVID-19, and national parks and the adjacent communities have been impacted seriously, but we also know the catastrophic flooding halted tourism and threatened the livelihoods of everyone in Paradise Valley. So this project, I think, really helps shine some sunlight on Paradise Valley and creates some strong building blocks for the Yellowstone Heritage Trail. This project is focused in Emigrant and will provide Emigrant with their first park, as well as providing residents and tourists of the area a trail to walk on that is ADA accessible. This helps provide a lovely recreation opportunity for folks that want to be close to amenities, as well as boost the local economy. I do want to also highlight that we really believe this collaboration with Park County, a longtime ranch and family, and the Trust for Public Land will kind of be a catalyst for future planning across Park County, but also across Montana for other communities to realize and understand recreational opportunities in their regions. So thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
Thank you for the comment, Sam. Next we'll have Amanda.
Hi, everyone. Amanda Minatra here with Gateway to Glacier Trails. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide public comment on our application for funding for the Cedar Ridge Trailhead and adjacent pullouts within the Cedar Flats Trail System. And just a quick recap there, that trailhead would be a 30-car lot with a 3-panel kiosk and vault toilet, and that would act as our main access point to the existing Cedar Flats Trail System, which right now is about 10 miles that we've built in the last 2 years. Ultimately, that's going to be a 25-mile trail system, predominantly non-motorized. And I appreciate the constructive feedback on the application. We'd love to address a couple things. Regarding the funding strategy narrative with the cash match, those funds would come from an existing community foundation grant, other existing grants that we've applied for and received. We have a strong donor base and membership base, corporate sponsors, and investment accounts. So hopefully that gives a little bit more detail where the cash match would come from. And then also regarding community and economic benefits, incredibly helpful feedback there to be a little more specific. But until we broke ground in 2021, no trail system existed like this in proximity to Columbia Falls. So if you lived in Columbia Falls, you had to pack up and go to a neighboring community to get your bike out on the trail or go for a hike. And since we broke ground in 2021, this trail system has provided access to Columbia Falls residents and beyond, just right in the backyard of our community, which has been wonderful. So we've seen a lot of community benefit there, not having to drive to a different town to hop on the trail. You can drive 5 minutes to drive to or get to Cedar Flats Trailhead or trail system, which has been great. We're also partnering with some local organizations like the Nate Shute Foundation that works on suicide prevention and mental wellness to get people out on the trail. The national statistics about mental wellness and being outside are wonderful, but being able to partner with a local organization to actually implement that, I think provides dividends. We work with Dream Adaptive Recreation and have built 3 miles of adaptive trail. So kind of some unique partnerships there. And we're hoping to implement an educational aspect to the trail system as well, which this trailhead would provide easy access to the trail system. And we are also going to implement.
Thank you for your comment, Amanda. Next, moving on to Connie Walter.
Hi, this is Connie Walter, Walter. I'm with the Montana Snowmobile Association. And I just wanted to say, I appreciate you looking at our application for this grant. This money would mean a great deal to 25 snowmobile clubs throughout Montana. We've never applied for a grant like this, and after last year, with a great snow season, we realized that we really need to be able to help our clubs. Montana Snowmobile Association is kind of the mothership of these 25 clubs, and we need to do whatever we can to help them. With the costs of grooming increasing every year, whether it's fuel or being a great snow year where we can groom longer, some of the clubs didn't have money to be able to continue grooming. And that left a problem in that some of the trails weren't safe for riders. And of course, if you're a snowmobiler, you're going to be out there whether the trails are groomed or not. May not be pleasant, but this way we can ensure that the trails are safe for all snowmobilers. So we look forward to administering the funds to these clubs, would be emergency funds just to help them supplement the other funds that they receive from the state. Thank you very much for considering our grant.
Thank you, Connie. Looks like Douglas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club, Trailhead Maintenance Building. We are an all-volunteer organization, and in our efforts to recruit younger volunteers, we've identified a couple of critical things to support the sustainability of both the trails and the club. We have to get younger. We're training a couple of younger guys right now for volunteer groomers, but they can't groom during the day. So a building really allows us to switch from snowmobiles to enclosed vehicles with heat and lights. So volunteers can groom at odd hours and when they can, and when they have the time, and most of us are over 70. I'm over 70. And we really need to reach out to younger people. The maintenance building, right now everything is worked on outside. Oil is changed outside, gasoline is added outside, diesel fuel is added outside. In the case of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, the snowmobile program, I do not believe that a snowmobile program can receive a groomer from the state without some sort of maintenance building. And we don't have one. And so this grant is absolutely critical to our needs and to continue the program. And the program is growing. But because Missoula County is growing and we get more and more people from Missoula. So I hope you can fund the program. And, I was really hoping to hear your comments and criticisms of our current grant application prior to, so I could speak to those. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Douglas. Next we'll go to Ron.
Hello, my name is Ron Huntoft, spelled Hundtofte. I am a treasurer and board member of the Scenic Montana Trails organization in Sealy Lake. And our club is focused on promoting primarily motorized use for over snow trail use, as well as summertime trail use and year-round use by fat tire bikes. And so we really appreciate the chance to listen in on this meeting and better understand the process. None of us are experienced grant writers, but this has really helped. I would point out that we enjoy very strong community support, and we're constantly looking for ways to collaborate with other organizations, such as the Sealy Lake Nordic Club. We've provided mutual assistance between our clubs. And so that was all I was going to say, but I appreciate your efforts and look forward to continuing to hear your comments on the grant applications. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ron. At this time, there are no more hands raised for public comment. So I'll give it back over to Stephanie and Tom.
Actually, Jaden, we have one more that just raised their hand, and I would just say if there's anybody that didn't speak that would like to, now is the time to raise your hand. Thank you.
All right, so Eric.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Eric Sievers. I am the president of the Montana Bicycle Guild located in Helena, and I'm here to speak in support of the City of Helena's Open Lands application for grant funding for the Upper DeFord Bike Skills Trail. This is a component of a collaborative effort orchestrated by a few interest groups in the South Hills outside of Helena, including my organization, the Montana Bicycle Guild, the Helena Trail Alliance, Helena Hikes, and the Montana Independent Living Project. All of these disparate interests came together to identify improved ways to improve the recreational experience in along the DeFord Trail in Davis Gulch, and also to provide an opportunity that wasn't there for folks represented by the Montana Independent Living Project, who were in desire of a place where they could have a slow trail experience. And so the bicycle community agreed to vacate a portion of Davis Gulch and move bike trails further to the west up the hill. And so this is the final component of that project. And there is an existing trail in this area, but it's poorly constructed. It was constructed by amateur volunteer labor 15 years ago. It doesn't suit the current use. It's not appropriate for most users. It's only appropriate for highly skilled users. And so this is kind of the final piece of putting this project back together. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Anybody else would like to raise their hand? Go ahead now. If not, not seeing any more hands. All right, I think
Great,
that might be it.
Thank you, Jaden. That closes public comment.
I had to mention,
Great.
you know Doug Edgerton? He's the one that talked from Sealy Lake, skiers. Doug used to run the piston bullies down at Rendezvous Ski Area at West Yellowstone. He did that for years. And then he actually was involved in the Winter Olympics. He groomed some of those cross-country ski trails during the Winter Olympics down in Salt Lake. So, yeah, when I heard his name, I haven't seen him in 15 years on that.
Well, good deal. We'll get back here to looking at applications, but I think compared to last year's public comment, when I believe we had maybe one or two, it's good to see a lot more involvement this year, by a count of 4 or 5 times more public comments. And so that's a good development.
Yeah.
And really helpful to understand kind of what organizations want to involve.
Talks to the work you've been doing too in the department.
Thank you. I'm having the share screen troubles again here in the room. I believe everybody can see them online. I'm just going to try one more time.
There we
here
go.
All right. Love it. All right. So we are halfway through. I mean, we are on with it, despite the technical difficulties and some things, we are still right on schedule. So we're through 20 applications and now we're on the second half. So right now to review, we have getting back to the Little Belt Snowmobile Club, existing trail maintenance. And this scored a 35.5 with STAC averages. It is a motorized project, but as it falls below the 38 point threshold, I'm just curious what folks thought could be improved, or if there are any areas of this application that stick out to you.
Well, I have them scored down a little lower than the average.
Okay.
But it's a motorized project, and there was no red flags in my book with it. They could have done better on some of their answers on the application. I won't deny that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's motorized, and again, I don't see any red flags with it.
It sounds like folks in the room agree. Is that shared with our panelists?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, great. Then as a motorized project, that is looking good and moving down the line. Missoula County Parks and Trails, new trailhead development. This scored a 38.83. And this is outside of the community of Lolo in Missoula County. And it's a trailhead that pretty much leads up to a section of the Bitterroot River that's flat water, still water. Has some infrastructure right now, but is really looking to upgrade. So curious what folks' thoughts were on this.
Scored high for me. Important to get the trail away from that river and deterioration and all that.
Yeah, I think they made a clear argument about how they can reroute the trail. And then the other element of this project is that they're working with a private landowner to gain easement with the family there. And then that will eventually connect to FWP property along the river. So it'll open up a lot of public access to the Bitterroot River, a safe stretch of the Bitterroot River. I think that's kind of important because this is a downstream portion, and upstream of that is not friendly waters. And this seems more like a family-friendly recreation opportunity, and this infrastructure would allow increased use.
That family has been hugely supportive. They've been really collaborative with the bike groups, the running clubs, the city.
Christy, I see your hands up.
Are we now funding wayfinding sign packages?
We fund trail signage. Are you talking about wayfinding off the highway?
No, they had just in their grant application, there was just wayfinding sign packages on the trails, I believe. So I was just wondering if that's if we're doing that now.
Yes, we've always funded trail signage. I think trail signage within the trail corridor has always been eligible. But if they were to, I guess, request funding off of Highway 93 in Lolo, that would be outside. But yeah, trail signage is a go.
Okay. Thank you.
Did they, I don't have their application, I just got my scoring, but did they say they would take partial funding?
Yes.
They're at the 38 level, is why I asked that.
Yeah, it sounds like they did. Are there components of the budget where folks think of potential partial?
It's a good, you know what, this is another one of those. It's a good project, no question about it, but I had them scored lower than the average came out. Parts of their application, I just thought they didn't do a very good job. But it's a great project again. Well, they're all good projects.
But there's no red, you don't have any red flags?
No red flags, just again, parts of their application I thought were a little lax.
Well, the Riverside Park Trails.
I hear you mumbling over there.
I said, let's just see what they said about partial.
They said yes. I haven't pulled up.
I know, but what did they say what they would prioritize?
Main trailhead improvements would be our first priority due to the aging infrastructure on the site and the increasing demand pressures the park is experiencing. Trail work would be our second priority, specifically reconstruction of the main river trail to meet universal trail standards. So if it did need to be, if we did need to find places to cut, it sounds like they're some of their, I mean, they have a picnic table, which is ADA, so that's not a really great thing but some of their signage would probably be for a bike rack.
Yep.
That's getting a little nitpicky, but we could do it if we have to make the budget.
Okay, I think those are good notes, and they're technically above the 38 at 38.83, and so I think they're at the line, but I think that's just helpful information if it comes down to that. Moving on, we've got Missoula Nordic Ski Club, existing trail maintenance, scored a 41.83. These are for trails all over the region there in town, and then up at Lubricht and Patty Canyon and partnership, a lot of different partnerships within this application, and scored pretty high. So kind curious what folks think. I believe this is a request for 2 years of grooming funds. And that's what puts, it is a high ask, somewhere in the 80s. It's a group we funded before, and I think the use of these trails is quite high based on the Missoula population.
Yeah, almost 89, like 88,752. Request. But if you split that over 2 years, that's 40.
Yeah. And yeah, it's at 41.83. So, it's not necessarily in the partial conversation, but folks feel good about this as a fully funded project.
Yes.
I have a somewhat related question. So to put in an application and request funding over 2 years, that is it's a strategy really that an organization would potentially use.
Yeah.
To be more efficient with their time and money and also their sustainability and planning. So
Yes.
it is kind of a clever way of doing things, right? And it's all within the okay way of doing things.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that actually brings up something down the road. I think as we want to bring more organizations into this program, but we don't want to bring so many organizations to the program that we're constantly turning more and more people away the more we bring in. So I think there's a level of coordination down the road that could happen, particularly with user groups like Nordic groups or snowmobile groups or OHV groups that say this year, these groups are going to go in for 2 years of funding and sit out the next, and so they start leapfrogging each other.
Yeah.
And they're all working in the same kind of user group, whether it's Nordic Trails or snowmobile. And then we're understanding that we can get 2 years of trail funding and not crowd the applicant pool at the same time. And we have the technical assistance needs, we have the volunteer needs, and then this I think is even further down the line because this would be really dialed in coordination, but there's an element to asking for 2 years that I think can maximize this money in the long term and keep the funding streams going for these user groups. And so I think as a STAC, we're gonna want to talk about this and figure out, do we think this is possible? And then do we have, is there a pilot opportunity to try this out and learn from it?
So with that, and maybe this isn't the place for that conversation, but if doing something like that and then considering, I don't know exactly what's happening in people's budgets, but the low snow year like this year compared to, next year we could get double. Do they have to refund that money or they don't actually get it until they provide their receipts?
Yeah.
So there may be some money that rolls back in at some point.
Well, and then there's also contract extensions that would be for circumstances like a low snow if we had multiple years.
My point is if it's a 2-year agreement or a 2-year grant,
Uh-huh.
and this year they don't use it all, but then next year they use 150% of
Okay.
it, they're still funding for X number,
Yep.
$80,000 over 2 years. Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
Yeah.
But it's not 40 and 40.
No,
it's not.
So that's really a clever way of doing things.
Yeah.
And efficient.
And that could fall really into a regional approach too. I think we need to figure out a regional approach, and we could fit a lot of these topics into it because we want to make sure that a certain region has Nordic ski trails, and then in that region, that's when the kind of leapfrog planning comes in. I think this is a big topic really within outdoor recreation right now is we look at a lot of projects or trail systems and we focus in on them and we silo them out. And I think really what we need to start doing is thinking about what those individual project areas or the individual trail systems, their impact in relation to what is in the larger landscape next to a population center and what the demand and needs are.
That's a really good point.
Because outdoor recreation can take a systems approach and understand. We can develop some sort of systems of a life cycle thinking when it comes to outdoor recreation. And it really seems like a grant program like this and with the advisement of the STAC, that's where it's going to come out. And, because we're the only group looking at outdoor recreation from the state level. We have some national nonprofits that might be doing that work, but we don't have any we have very few state level nonprofits that are trying to look at outdoor recreation. And we clearly have a number of regional groups. And so, yeah, these are all things that coming out of this meeting, we want to put some money on the ground and then come back this summer and start figuring out how to talk about regional recreation planning in relation to trails.
Sorry, got
Just
us off the.
To clarify one point, maybe I heard things wrong. You can grant money out or forward money out. It's not strictly a reimbursement program, as I understand it. Is that correct?
We currently don't have a mechanism for advance, but we have the option, we have the ability to create that.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that because I've mentioned that to a few groups.
Mhm.
But my understanding was you couldn't advance money. We used to do that years ago. with
Mhm.
The snowmobile program. the
Yeah.
street Program. So it's would not be anything new, put it that way.
Right, we're looking at putting that into the guidelines, so
Good.
that way we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty high on our list, actually.
Mhm. Yeah, so that's in the works, but right now, I don't think we have the process in place to advertise it quite and deliver on the mechanics of what that would involve. Next application is the Missoula Snow Goers Snowmobile Association. Existing trail maintenance, this was at a 40 average. This is a motorized application.
They're only asking for 19,000.
Yep. Modest ask. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have a question about that. I expect that FWP, my question revolves around MSA is will likely get a big grant. And they'll figure out how to distribute that money amongst 26, 27 snowmobile clubs. But we also then have half a dozen in here roughly clubs that are applying and probably going to get grant money themselves specifically. So I presume that FWP is going to be working with Fred Bailey and Connie Walter, the MSA board, to figure out how to address, how to document, how to distribute those funds to all these clubs. It's going to be something completely new. It's a neat deal. But the reason I asked the question is there's about a half dozen clubs here that are getting grants of their own.
Yeah.
And
That was a concern.
so my understanding of it is that for the most part now.
For
again,
Montana Snowmobile Association, grant. Can we just
Yeah, we can
hold that?
that till then.
It's
Yeah,
it's three
coming up. Yeah,
down.
no
It's three
worries.
down.
Almost there.
Yes. No, but I think that's a good point. I think we can address it, but just
So no, I don't have any issues on the.
Missoula Snowmobile?
Yeah.
Okay. Sticking in that region, Missoula City Parks and Recreation Department, existing trail maintenance, it scored a 38, and this is the Greeno Park path improvement. This is the second year we've seen this application now. So they did come back after not receiving funding last year, but they are at a 38, so they're flat at the mark. And so I'm curious what folks' thoughts are here.
I was interested to see it not score well because I actually thought they did a good job. So I'm curious as well.
Christy, did you have something online?
Yeah, I said it in my notes. City is only giving administration to design, no cash match, no description of a timeline, although it's a very simple project. I mean, they said see, it's too complicated to answer, so see the attachment. But yeah, I had a really hard time with this one.
I didn't tell you, Greeno Park is a trail corridor that hosts hundreds of not just cyclists, but trail users. It's a transportation corridor. So it takes, people right to downtown and right to the university. So
My question with this application, because it scored a 38, so there were components that the STAC was see. One area that I want to know about is, did folks think that the need was clearly demonstrated? Because one element of this application that I was looking for, and I think I would have maybe potentially helped with the STAC scoring, but I didn't see any photos that showed the issue. I still, when it comes to project location, they told me where it was, they told me the use, but I didn't, there wasn't a part of the application that clearly showed the trail is in disrepair and needs this funding.
It is, it's, you know, it's a treed corridor, so it's got a lot of tree root growth that is causing, they've had to spray paint the bumps so that when people go over them, they don't fly off their bike.
But was that included in the application?
No.
Okay.
In fact, I said, left out that it is a corridor connector to several trail systems, including Rattlesnake Recreation Area. So serves more than just local residents. I mean, it serves, you know, so many people. It's just a shame that they didn't do better on the application because it's a really important project.
Yeah, I think in their description, they could have, there's a lot of things that's kind of buried in all the language, but it looks like they could have said, you know, here are the 3 obstacles we have. It sounds like one of them is people parking in the wrong spot, and then emergency vehicles can't get through. So city personnel are ticketing park people who are using the trail. So that it's just like this, this problem that continues to roll. But I think I agree, they could have been more clearly defined.
And pictures would have been really helpful. It's interesting, you know, being from Missoula, the person that did the application is not the bike ped coordinator. It's and it's nobody in the park system that I know. So I'm just wondering if it's a really inexperienced new, not that that helps their application at all.
Conservation lands manager.
Did they say they do partial?
I believe that they did
I think
not.
they said no.
They said no. Yeah.
Said
Which was.
Oh, it says yes. It says yes, but it doesn't have any explanation.
Oh.
No, it says partial funding, no.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong one?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Reno
That
Park
one.
Trail preservation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Rattlesnake Greenway.
They say no.
That's again, I question that.
Yeah. So my other question, because I think the program wants to know about this too. So we get an application from Missoula City Parks and Recreation Department, and they've got a tax base and they've got a pretty extensive trails and open space department. And then if we go back to town of Fort Peck, we also have a municipal government coming and asking for money. But my question that I want to know from the STAC's perspective to inform the Trail Stewardship Program is, from my perspective, the city of Missoula could at some point put some mill levy together to help with trails and open space. Maybe potentially they have something in line.
A lot of mill levies.
Oh my God. No
Right.
more.
Great. So this I think helps my point is I don't really see the town of Fort Peck ever come. So therefore, I think the only funding for a project like a shared use path in Fort Peck is this money. Whereas in a city like Missoula, there are alternative funding sources and they're based there with their tax base.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
I will say you also have to think about use. And so I don't know, I would just appreciate this, the staff going back to them and saying,
Yeah, I think
would you take partial? You said no.
You said
but
no.
would you? Because your application didn't inform our group well enough to know where you. Yeah.
So I guess that brings up another point. Does the STAC feel comfortable if someone said no to partial, that we would come back and even though they answered no, do we feel comfortable going back to an organization saying you said no, but really it's partial or nothing? Because it seems like they already made that decision, but do we want to give these groups a second
We
chance?
had to do that last year, so we kind of set a precedent.
Okay.
Well,
Because we
feel
we
like
didn't have
Go ahead, Christy.
You know, I think that if you're going to do that for Missoula, then you should also do it for Billings, because you've got somebody who's from Missoula, and most of the people on this committee are all familiar with Missoula and all of the places that are being, you know, that have their these applications. And there is one person on this committee who is familiar with Billings, and it's, so I just think that you need to be fair about that.
Mhm.
And to be.
Yeah, there is a consistency. We need to be consistent.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
Billings was,
You said that the cash match was a little ambiguous, and so that maybe you could find out where the cash match is coming from.
Fairness was just mentioned.
Yeah, consistency and fairness are things we're trying to institutionalize.
And you can kick me later. Yeah, this is a great project, like so many of them, but the application was not good. I had it scored much lower than the average. Almost every, not all variables, but most of the variables I had scored down because their answers just weren't there. And whatever the reason is for a poor application, the fact is that's what we have to deal with.
Yeah.
We need to be fair to all 40 some of these applicants. And to start second guessing them or going back to some of them and say, well, we need more information. I'm not sure that's fair to the rest of them.
Right.
but they scored a 38.
Well, average, yeah.
So, I mean, they're right at the threshold.
But I think in a bigger picture, and I've heard this, we heard this a little bit last year, and I've heard it a couple times today. Kind of along what you're saying, Bob, is, and just take this example, Missoula and Fort Peck.
Yep.
Assuming that Missoula, I don't want to say assuming, it's too strong of a word, but kind of saying, well, you know, Missoula could go do a mill levy or whatever, but you don't see that happening with Fort Peck. I think it's difficult because we're, you know, it's apples to oranges, right? And we're trying to be fair and level the playing field at the same time that part of our, and maybe this is the committee's job, I'm hearing a priority of our committee saying we want more applications from rural communities, smaller communities, areas that don't have trails, because, you know, once you get a prickly pear organization going or you know, the whitefish trails, it kind of creates its own synergy. Well, these other places maybe can't do that, but how do we as the committee level that playing field as we're reviewing these, even though, you know, they are so vastly different. And I don't know if it means even within the different funding mechanisms we have, you know, like there's X% to motorized, X% to non-motorized, and it would make things more complicated, but it is X% of first time, you know, grantees, or maybe there's something different going on there.
Well, and part of what I'm thinking in hearing you say that, Brenda, too, is okay, let's look at the regional geographic distribution. We did just go through 3 previous applications that were all based out of Missoula, and they're all lined up for funding. And so, and they scored, they got that through the way their application scored. But we do at the end of the day want to know who's lined up for funding, and we do want to distribute this. So having this allows us to say, you know, well, Missoula County Parks and Trails and Missoula Nordic Ski Club and the snowgoers all scored high. And now it sounds like Missoula City Parks and Rec is on the fence. And then when that's taken in relation to the whole applicant pool, and then we see kind of the lack of funding that we're currently able to distribute in the eastern part of the state, I think that's kind of where it comes in too.
So at the end of today or before the end, are you going to give us that spreadsheet where you were the ones that we said, no, you take those dollar amounts out? We did last year.
No, but we'll follow up with, because we have more to allocate this year. We're not as pinched as we were last year. I think we're taking a different approach, and there will be follow up.
The other thing I just look at with this one is there is a trail there. Okay, it needs help, but there is a trail there, and it presently works. Just, you know, maybe not for everybody, but you know, it's there and it works. And you know, if it had to wait 1 year for them to fix up this grant, I'm okay with that.
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't disagree, but they applied last year. And it's really a bummer that they not improve their application.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We did give them a second chance.
I hate rewarding bad behavior. It's not exactly my.
So in Fort Peck, maybe maybe I'm gonna wish I hadn't said this, but in Fort Peck, they don't have a lot of other options of trail projects and that to not do or something.
Right.
City of Missoula, now we can't raise, when I wouldn't want them to have any mill levies, they can't do that, but they probably have a lot of other projects. I don't know what they are, trail projects within the city of Missoula. 10, 15, 20, 25, that they could prioritize. Maybe this one is very important to them. That would be something they could do themselves.
I don't know the
Prioritization.
internal workings or how they prioritize. I mean, the city of Missoula has hundreds and hundreds of miles of trails.
So I do just wanna, this application scored low and it is taking up a lot of space. So I do wanna move on, but these are all interesting issues. And I think we're getting closer to an understanding, but.
You have to see where the money comes out. I mean, they scored right at the threshold.
Right.
And that's where it is.
Yep.
38.
Yep.
And I would just add, we ask that question for a reason, and if they say no,
Right.
they have their reasons for saying no.
Right.
Right? To do a trail overlay program and just to get partial funding to do a small part, it's a lot of work to get equipment and stuff out there
Right.
to do. So I can see why maybe they'd want to wait for another time.
Yep, that makes sense.
All right, Montana Snowmobile Association.
We've all been waiting for it.
Yes, so we know we've got some thoughts here, so I'll just open it up. And we heard public comment related to this.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Christine.
did wonder if there was overlap with other grooming organizations in any of those counties. That was my one concern.
What are we talking
The MSA. Yeah, I think if I could just engineer this to the point, I think there's some unknowns in terms of the fiscal allocation and fiscal responsibility. Just because we want to be able to track funds and make sure they're not overlapping with other TSP funds. So I think really the question is, it's an eligible application. It's a new type of application. My question is, how do we ensure the fiscal responsibility component of it?
That was my question.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark, you had an answer. I
Well,
asked that
so
question
there was two things I was gonna say that I think that they're aiming at here. The first one is sort of emergency funds. So like last year when we had just an inordinate amount of snow, early, late, everything, and clubs were running out of money because they had just used up all their grooming. There's also emergency funds for the purchase of like parts, things break down, and that's not generally in the budget for any of the other grants that are sitting here in front of you from any of the other clubs. They're not budgeting for repair parts. The repair parts either have to be sucked out of funds because they get $120 an hour, and the remainder of whatever it doesn't actually cost is what is supposed to go towards that. But the bottom line is some of these repairs are just incredibly huge. I mean, it was like they had to replace the hydraulic control block on a groomer at one of the facilities recently that I knew about, and I think it was a $10,000 part. And it's like, that's just not in a budget in typical case. Now, Seth does have some funds that he always holds in reserve for that. But if he's gone through, if we have too many breaks, all of a sudden he has to say, sorry, Charlie. So emergency funds is part of it. The second piece is there are 25 clubs. We see grant requests from a half a dozen, I think, roughly, maybe 6 to 8 tops. Okay, those are the large ones. West Yellowstone, Kings Hill, Flathead, Missoula Snowgoers, Scenic Montana Trails.
the Little Belt Club.
Little Belt and Bitterroot. So the rest of those, so that leaves 18 other clubs that are basically funded out of the snowmobile program only. And that snowmobile program, if you saw the breakdown, lion's share goes to all those big clubs, even out of that, because they have the most trails, based on trails and usage, and that goes there. The smallest club probably gets $3,000 a year.
Yeah.
To groom.
Sweetgrass.
Yeah. And then it inches up from there. Those are the kinds of clubs that MSA is really trying to target to help out so that they can actually offer a better product, a safer product, and things like that going forward. You know, if they had an extra $2,000, just doubled the amount that they could groom with. That's a huge move for those little clubs.
So how do we track that and show and make sure that the need is being demonstrated, and if it's a emergency repair expense, and how do we want to put in a tracking mechanism just to within that kind of reimbursement, and how does that work? Because I think that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think it has to have the proper documentation when that grant request when that request for funds comes through, that shows this is what we had to spend, this is what Seth could give us, and this is what was left of the bill.
This is what was left of the bill is what we're going to have to figure out.
Yeah, and you've got that, you've got the repair receipt, you've got, you know, what they've got in their current budgets and what they have to spend, and then you've got the leftover. In the case of the supplementing the smaller clubs, I think it's a very simple thing to say, did they spend that money already? Did they already submit for that money? And if they can show the grooming hours against that, and they needed more, then that makes up for it.
Tom, my memory tells me that I believe the department was encouraging zonal or projects of this type. We talked about it a year ago.
Yeah.
And that's why, frankly, I was glad to see this one come in. It's going to be a test case. That's why I asked the question I did a little bit ago.
Yeah.
I presume it's going to be between FWP, and it'll probably be Seth might have to be involved in it. I'm sure your accounting staff will have to be involved in it, and Fred Daly and Connie Walter. You guys are going to have to sit down and work out how this is going to happen. I don't think any of us sitting around this table is going to come up with the process today.
Right.
It's something that's going to take time to work out, but once you get it worked out, this could be a real good move for the future for an array of other organizations.
I think it does. I think ultimately, once we figure that accounting piece out, it could really streamline, you know, because it gives a small club like Sweetgrass or, you know, Big Timber or any of those guys that are out in those regions that we want to push money to as well, a better chance at, you know, I rode out in Big Timber last year. I went to their club ride, and it's a single track, and it was like that the whole way, you know, all the way to the top. And they had just groomed it the day before, you know, but that's all they could do, because once it gets like this, it stays like that. There's almost no fixing it. You know,
A major volunteer effort down there.
Totally.
So we have a hand up online. I'll call on Malin.
Yeah, in support of the Montana Snowmobile Association. I live in Eureka, Montana, very small northwest corner of the state, beautiful, mountainous, ideal snowmobile country. We have our own snowmobile club here, the 10 Lakes Snowmobile Club or something it's called. And they groom with pretty primitive equipment, but the area is so well known that on any Sunday or Saturday in the winter, you drive from Eureka to Whitefish, and it is one train of trucks with snowmobiles, either on trailers or in the back of their trucks, coming up to the 10 Lake Scenic area. Now, a club like this would greatly benefit because they do run out of money grooming in high snow years. Libby is another one that is here in the northwest corner that has a similar idea. So I would for sure give the money to to this application based on these things. But I am always torn giving my opinion lately because I don't know if I'm now doing a conflict of interest thing or not.
No, that's very helpful. And it sounds like everyone's in support, and really the next step is to come up with because this is a novel application for this program, come up with an accounting checks and balances approach. But
great. I mean, just last little comment was, we didn't want a whole bunch of little tiny grant requests coming through to have to review either. And so this can take a whole bunch of those little clubs into one and streamline.
It helps those little clubs that don't have the sophistication to write grants.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I think this is a build capacity project. Yeah.
So
all right, we're gonna do one more and then we'll take a break. We are getting a little behind schedule here. Missoula and the last handful have held us up a little bit. Good conversations, but we're behind schedule for the first time. So let's look at Prairie County Economic Development Council and new trailhead development, and then after this we'll take a quick 5.
Yes.
So new organization, Region 7. It's a community that's eager to bring outdoor recreation into the fold and allow it to benefit the community. And so I'm curious what folks thought on this. Scored a 37.16. So it's worth a conversation, but I think geographically it's the only application we've seen east of Billings, and
it's considered non-motorized. They said
I think it has elements of both.
But it's mainly I'm trying to double check my brain.
Yeah.
It's a trailhead mainly for a horse trail, right?
No.
Or am I in the wrong one? Okay, so please help me.
It's right in town. It's a business. It's kind of at the.
Okay. Sorry, I'm crossing this with a different one.
These 2 trails, and it's on a private business.
Yes,
lot.
gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, I was crossing it with.
Well, and there's something else that I think is important on this one. I had it scored higher than the average.
Me too.
I did as well.
It's provide information and access point for visitors and locals to follow the Yellowstone Trail, as well as anchor location for the Badlands to Badlands Trail, which crosses over into North Dakota too.
Yeah.
So there's reasons in my book. It's a good project. I don't know why I hadn't scored higher than the average, but I think we'd be remiss not to fund this.
I don't know what you want to belabor because it sounds like everyone's in favor of it. But so just to give you a little background though, the Yellowstone, Lower Yellowstone River Floating Trail is also an FWP project, of course. And that one's still working for the state to, is working on acquiring some of the properties that was recommended by that committee, which I also served on. And the Calypso Trail is actually a road, and it's unfortunately called a trail, but it's literally 2 rutted. Do not go there if you see 2 raindrops and have a high clearance vehicle, but it's all BLM. And the Badlands, the majority of the Cherry Badlands are WSA, a wilderness study area, so they cannot be developed. They are very, very, very primitive, but they're absolutely fascinating. And we have a lot of people that want to, go into that area. And this project is one of several different ones along the Badlands, which is a massive project that would literally connect the Mattahay Trail system in North Dakota to Makoshika State Park and then to the Cherry Badlands. So this is like the first one that they've applied for. They also do have that Badlands Trail has a grant from the National Park Association, and they have a person working on some of that trail development too. So there's a lot of things.
Is the WSA part of it out at one end? Or
It's
halfway through?
the Calypso Trail is in the WSA. No, it's the majority of it. Yeah, and so one thing that happens is we get a lot of bicyclists that will go into the Cherry Badlands, and it's not legal to have any wheeled vehicles, including a bike, electric or not, on basically what are cow tracks. But you get down in there, and it's the coolest thing ever. It's so bizarre. So, but for a small town of this size and then to put forward, I think everything I'm hearing from this group.
Yeah, I think it's a great project and can really kickstart what the community is trying to accomplish. And I think back to talking about partnerships with the BLM, I also think this is a clear example and where allowing this success to be demonstrated in town could then ideally help lead to a better partnership with the BLM and open up some more access to all that BLM land in Prairie County. Great. So let's take a 5-minute pause. We'll be back at 4:10 to finalize the All right, folks online, thanks for bearing with us. We're a little behind here, but we'll get going again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have
such a good job.
13 more applications to go. We're doing a great job here. We're tackling a lot of big topics in relation to all these specific grant applications. So in keeping on with this, we then moved to Prickly Pear Land Trust, new trail and path development, scored a 38.33. They actually use the phrase regional in this Helena Regional Trails Project. And so that kind of addresses one of the topics we've identified today. But as we can see, the score here is 38.33. So I want to hear what folks think and maybe what led to that. And if there's, you know, where are we with full funding and partial funding and confidence in the project and so on and so forth.
I guess I'm wondering if that other one from Helena, City of Helena, was such a big need, the like course or whatever.
Bike project.
Yeah, why was that? Why didn't they work together? I guess it's kind of maybe bigger, since they're calling themselves Helena Regional.
Yeah, well, I think this is happening exclusively on Prickly Pear Land Trust lands.
Oh, I see.
So they partner with the city, but this project is specific to their lands that they own that are open for public access.
Makes sense.
And they focus on East Helena in this too, which is a community that needs more trail access. You know, I think
Project is this one?
Prickly Pears.
What's just the quick synopsis?
Oh.
What is it?
I don't have, or can someone with the application? It's in three separate trust lands.
Funds will assist with carrying out critical trail maintenance, new construction, and critical rerouting projects in the Helena Valley. Focused effort on USFS portion of South Hills Trail System. New construction will focus on adding over 1 mile of single track trails to Prickly Pear Land Trust Helena and East Helena Parks.
So this is for the South Hills. Well,
It does
I
say
heard,
South
oh,
Hills.
it's
Multiple, it's 3 different.
areas.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Sorry.
Are there particular elements to this application that we like for funding, and there are certain areas that are unclear that would lead to kind of a partial resolution of funding?
I put that I recommended partial funding for the trail maintenance part, and that the budget and the in-kind were confusing. I'm looking back at it to see what.
It does say that they would accept partial funding, but if they were to receive partial funding, they would focus on the South Hills maintenance portion and seek other grant for the trail construction or save it for another date.
I have to tell you that I'm keeping my mouth shut because I'm a member of the Prickly Pear Land Trust and on 2 of their committees. So I can't say much. Darn it.
Darn it.
Building intrigue nonetheless, though, Bob. You got me wondering. But where are we with this? I guess they've identified their priority as the South Hills and not the new trail development.
I scored it high. I scored it high. I think that. Sorry, am I? I don't talk.
Try again, Julia. It might have that feedback might have stopped.
Okay, I scored it high. I think it's good that East Helena that it's in that area. And then it's a modest request, I think, also.
Where are we just in terms of, are people comfortable with the idea of full funding for this? It is at that threshold, and if not, you know, they would accept partial funding is kind of where it sits.
I do think East Helena. Yeah.
Just see where you are on the budget.
Yeah, I think it's right now, it sounds like with where it scores and where we're at, it's lined up for partial funding. And then if it makes it into full funding based on budgetary, that's great. But just where it sits is kind of puts it in a partial zone. All right, moving on. We've got Ravalli County Off-Road User Association. This is a motorized application. It's a new group to this program, Trail Stewardship Program, and it's new trailhead development, scored a 39. As a motorized project right now, it's lined up for full funding. Does that work for everybody? Was there anything in there that stuck out?
No. Good project.
Yep, good partnership with the Forest Service. They've got all their, they've got environmental set. They've go beyond they've got full environmental paperwork. So I think.
And the NSF, that's huge.
All right, moving along, we've got Scenic Montana Trails. We heard from them in public comment. This is a motorized application. It's 39.5. And I'll just put a pin in this. I think their application from last year to this year is greatly improved. This is a very strong application, and they clearly put in a lot of work and effort to make improvements based on our recommendations last year. Also a very popular trail system.
My only comment was that like there's several, just like Missoula, there's several grants going to see the Sealy Lake area. It's just, you know, when we're looking at equity of these, I scored it high. I thought it was a great application. But again, you know, the universal access question wasn't addressed.
Yep. Yeah, I think with motorized projects, it would be helpful that if we come up with kind of, because there is an element of any motorized project that does lead into universal access, because someone that might not be physically mobile can gain access to the outdoors through the use of motorized equipment. But how would we want to see a motorized application kind of explain that and articulate that benefit for improved access, especially when it comes to like adaptive recreation?
Well, I mean, you know, in that sense, though, I mean, their trails, for the most part, are open to everybody. I mean, it's not, you know, closed to skiers or hikers or fat tire bikers and stuff like that. I mean, they can, you know, the non-motorized community uses those trails the same. And to me, that's more about universal access than, you know, almost anything.
But it's a motorized project, strong application. Looks like it's lined up for full funding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club. Heard from them in public comment. They're coming back for phase 2. They have successfully completed phase 1, which was to electrify the Sealy Creek trailhead. And so this is the next step. And yeah, I think we heard about the maintenance shed and the need of, you know, the need of that for a number of things, but maintenance and storage of equipment and longevity of equipment is a big component of that. Thoughts from the group?
I actually scored that one low and I said shed does not improve access. It's a nice to have and not a necessity.
I would challenge you to change the oil in the middle of winter in Sealy Lake and tell me if it's a necessity.
Outside.
Yeah, this equipment needs maintenance, and diesel engines don't like to start when they're cold. And just plugging them in and Sealy Lake is in a depression, meaning physically it is one of the coldest places in the bloody state, other than like West Yellowstone maybe. And it's just really, really difficult to keep this equipment running without a shed of some sort.
Yeah, I support full funding.
Totally agree.
Great. Sounds like a lot of people are support. There's a clear environmental benefit then of not changing oil outside. Was that something that was meant? I mean, containing the fueling and oil changes into a fixed structure would reduce any runoff.
Just dropping it.
Okay, great. Moving on to Silvercrest Trails Association. Bless you. This is existing trail maintenance, and this was a 35.33, but it was a very modest ask.
Yeah.
I scored it higher,
It too.
much higher. So.
Oh, they only want $3,800.
Yeah.
No brainer.
Yeah. Full fun.
Did you say first?
No, it's
That's why I was
No.
looking.
Not this one.
It is for
no, I said it was
grooming.
modest.
Modest.
You know,
I'm looking at the wrong one.
I used to work with this years ago with this club. They do a lot of good work
Mhm.
up there at Kings Hill for cross country skiing.
Yeah.
But I really scored their application low. I didn't think the application was very well done.
I said, I think this should be funded as they aren't asking for much, and a volunteer obviously submitted the grant.
The other thing too with that, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is money that gets used to essentially help pay for the diesel fuel and things like that for the Kings Hill Grooming Association to do some grooming, or was this for their snowmobile?
It's for contracted services for grooming.
So I think what the Kings Hill Groomer does is they actually hook a tracker, for cross-country skis onto the groomer, and it pulls it, and they charge them a small amount for that. That's what this small.
See, I've been retired for 15 years. They had their own small groomer back in the day. The club did, the Great Falls.
It's for paying somebody. It's either Kings Hill Grooming or one of the ski hill groomers or something. They just have to pay for the diesel basically. So that's what they're doing there. So that's where I go. It's an easy one because it's contracted services. I think it's a good use of $3,000.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think geographically it's region 4, which we want to support. And I think, we would probably be having a different conversation if they had an average score of 35.33 and they were asking 70 grand.
Yeah.
But it's a $3,000 ask, and I think there's clear merit. Moving on, Swan Valley Connections. Existing trail maintenance scored a 41.16. This seems to be going to an ongoing project that they come back for year to year with the Mission Mountains and Swan Valley Front trail maintenance.
I was actually impressed to see the Forest Service cutting a check for matching funds. I actually went so far as to call Anthony Butterfield and said, "Are you really cutting a check? I never seen the Forest Service input money like that." So, and he said, "Yep, we are." And so, like, okay.
So you're confident in the match?
Well, I was more surprised than anything, but it was just, so from that standpoint, that makes me feel better about it.
And they're really taking their funding and then subcontracting with another.
Usually that.
Yeah.
So where do we sit with full and partial? Because I think regionally now we've got Missoula, Sealy, and now we're just going north of Sealy. So to get back to kind of that point that was brought up, we're funding a lot of separate projects in the surrounding region. But
were they okay with partial?
I think so.
I believe they said no.
They said no.
Good score though.
Yeah.
But they're asking for almost 50,000.
How many positions was that for again?
Those two.
With that contracted services, they may just
Oh, that's,
not be able to do a smaller.
yeah, no, that,
contract. You know, it might require 5 people, whatever, so. And again, that's not our job to second guess it. I
right,
guess.
yeah.
So do folks feel confident with a full fund here? Based on its score?
It's a high score.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, online?
yes.
Okay, great. Moving on, we have the Trust for Public Land, new trailhead development. This is in Park County. We heard about this with the community of Emigrant. It's new trailhead development and a new trail as well. This scored a 38.67. They're asking for $100,000.
I thought this was a great project. I scored it really high for full funding.
Yeah, I think there's some clear benefits with this. I am surprised seeing it at kind of at the 38 point threshold. Are there components of this that stood out to folks that were might have led to that 38?
I don't know who said it, but I scored it again higher than that by several points. So.
Me too.
I also think it's important. I mean, they have private land usage.
Mhm.
That area is, I've been down there lately.
Yeah.
It's really expanding and developing.
Yeah.
Paradise Valley.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very timely project.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying.
Mine scored low just because they got some 3s instead of 4s, you know, and it's like, you know, it was adequately documented. It was, you know, so the just a few points, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we're splitting hairs between 38 and 40.
Yeah.
Like 2 points.
And I think it's producing there's nothing there now. And then when this project's over, there's a trailhead and a trail in the community for the community to enjoy and to help with tourism impact. So there's a dual benefit there. And then it's, you know, trying to be a part of this longer term goal of a trail connecting Gardner and Livingston.
On the Great American Rail Trail.
Mhm.
Were they okay with partial?
They are, yes.
They are.
And then this is just one of those where it's okay, it's $100,000, you know, if you needed to pare back a
Yep.
tiny bit, I would say.
I think fund it to the point you can fund it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Great. Moving on, we're here at the final stretch. We've got City of Three Forks, existing trail maintenance, scored a 36.83. So it's on the lower end. Three Forks has, you know, we funded work on this trail system before, so I'm just curious where people see this.
I scored this higher.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good project. Gene Townsend is just a dynamo down there.
Yeah.
This is, well, I was gonna say, this isn't Gene Townsend's project, but yes, it is. He's been part of this forever.
Mhm.
And I had it scored a little. Gene, I hope you're not listening. My score hit it pretty close to what the average was. A little higher than the average here, but it was still below 40. What did you say a little bit ago? Fund it to the level you can.
Mhm.
And this is also, you mentioned it, part of the Great American Rail Trail. This is on the route of the Great American Rail Trail.
Yeah.
Very actively on it, as a matter of fact, and Gene's taken an active part in supporting that national project. I'm probably saying more than I should here. Let's just say that I like what you said a little bit ago, fund it to the level you can.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely in the partial category, and then it's just a matter of
I had
what that
significantly
entails.
higher than the score.
I'm sorry, what?
Mine was significantly higher than the
Were you?
average. So yeah,
Mine
I was just
too.
like, yeah, so I thought it was well documented and
Mhm.
yeah, you know,
Crack
I think
ceiling.
the only thing that the ongoing, whatever that, I've truncated my column headers. I can't.
Yeah.
That was the only one, that was one that I wasn't thrilled with, but, other than that, I was very happy with this one. So, yeah, so I'd be happy to say fund to the level you can.
Great.
I mean, they were brief on their plan and things like that. They could have provided a little bit more detail, but
Mhm.
we funded them, so I have no doubt. And I
They're
have
known.
no lack
known
of
entity.
confidence that they will be able
Yeah.
to do what
Oh,
they're
yeah.
saying.
That's right. Yep.
Great. Moving on, we've got
Let's do all the Forest Service ones.
three from the Lolo. So we'll start just from the top down, and then I think, yeah, we kind of have a conversation there on 3 different ranger districts on the same forest in Region 2. And Region 2 has had a fair amount of applications. So let's start with this 9-mile ranger district, new trailhead development. 35.33 is the score. I think they're asking around 30,000. It seems like a pretty cut and dry project, clear start and end, but it's kind of at the lower score here. So I'm curious what people saw.
Yeah, and I had these higher.
I would love for them to not use Forest Service and, federal lingo in their apps.
Fair enough.
You know,
I hear you. We can work on that.
Thanks, Carol.
yeah.
So there is one component about this that I think, in terms of FWP, it does connect to Fish Creek State Park in that general region, and kind of adds a capacity to a region that is going to be that is being invested in, being promoted, and has for years been heavily used. So I think there's a component there that's good, but I'm just curious what.
Did they highlight that connectivity? I can't remember.
I don't think so. I think I just drew that connection.
I don't have it in my notes.
I don't know that that's there.
Maps, and I said more maps would be helpful, or images or whatever.
Yes.
They didn't answer the environmental benefit question again.
Yep, but they provided the paperwork, so.
Yeah, they did.
They met the minimum requirement there.
It does say they would accept partial
Mhm.
funding. Trail signage and graveling of the passenger vehicle and horse trailer parking are the most important.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think right now it's lined up at partial based on what we have, and then I think we also kind of now kind of tail into how we think this relates to other projects on the Lolo. So moving to the next one, we've got Plains Thompson Falls Ranger District. And this was
Sacagawea Trail.
Right.
Yes. And so it's listed as existing trail maintenance, but I believe there was a reroute in this.
Yeah, I don't think it's real long.
I just have timeline and milestones would have improved this application, but I thought it was a really good application.
Tell me again what would have improved it, the timeline, adding a timeline?
Timeline and milestones, but the budget narrative was really good.
Any other folks online have thoughts on this?
I scored this really high and I recommended it for full funding.
Any other thoughts in the room?
Is this the one that you just said that connectivity to Fish Creek, or was it?
That was the last one. That was on my.
Time of day.
So let's move to the. Oh, let's move to the last one here with Superior Ranger District, existing trail maintenance, highest scoring out of the three from the Lolo, and this is Lower Heart Lake improvements. That's an area that's seeing a massive increase in recreational use. I think it's kind of an area that's been discovered, if you will. It's part of the Great Burn proposed wilderness.
Pictures kind of illustrated the need for the money.
Right.
Pictures were good.
Yeah. And it's, I think another component of this project is that 45 grand was requested that would go right to an MCC crew. So that's kind of a workforce development, and there's that training. Madeline, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I support all that is said right now. Where the money is going to, the discovery of it, the need for it. So I just wanted to throw in some positivity. Thank you.
Great. Anyone have thoughts just on the three of these in relation to each other? Because they're often the same forest, but separate districts. But if we look at them kind of as a package, kind of what are folks thinking?
Oh,
I like them.
They're all in the same forest, but they're
Vastly different areas.
Yeah, so different.
Yeah, I don't think you can look at it as one package, because they're totally different areas. The forests here are huge, so that I don't think you can pack that all together.
I like the Superior one the best, and the Lolo Plains, I would have said fund at a level you can, and partial for the 9 mile.
Yeah, that's how I lined it up too.
Yeah, and here too.
Great. Well, that's helpful because we're at the 38 threshold with all in and around it with all three of them. And so I think that's useful. It's good. All right, we're down to the last two. West Yellowstone Ski Education Foundation, new trailhead development, scored a 39. There were a couple elements to this. There's part of it that's just for grooming, and then there's the vast majority of the request is for a building.
Right.
But I'm curious how folks see this building in relation to Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club.
Yeah.
Because I think there's similarities, but there's also differences, and I'm curious about.
Yeah, because they're going to be doing education in that building, and it's more of a community center too, right?
I think administrative offices were part of it too, which to me takes it into a different type of category. And that's kind of where I'm curious what everyone's thinking there.
I mean, they're asking for 80,000 of it to be put towards. I get it. I just raised money for a capital project that the budget was blown out of. So I get where they're at.
Totally.
It's a difficult circumstance.
They don't have anything right now for buildings, right?
They do have a small building.
Okay.
It's very small, but they
Very
do.
small.
It does say that they would take partial funding, with grooming being the highest priority.
Oh, so one thing I noticed was floor heat. I mean, I don't know if that's like radiant floor heating, or there was 6,200 in there for that. Is that something that's just?
That's generally what you do with a groomer shed. If you can build it properly, that's the best way to do it, because it just sucks the ice out of the machine that way.
But this isn't for any equipment.
Oh, it's not?
No,
Yeah,
this is
that's
more
where
of
I
a
think that's
clubhouse and
Sorry.
administrative building.
Yeah.
That's where I wonder how it falls into trail stewardship, because the grooming clearly, but the
Right,
administrative
yes.
office.
Okay, I was thinking it was.
That was my question.
Sorry, I missed that. I forgot about that.
What I wrote was,
That's a harder sell.
Yeah.
I think
Glad you brought it up though.
Yeah.
I think they would be grateful for some building funding, but I feel like 80,000 is a lot to ask for something that isn't a trail.
Yes.
Or even for the equipment.
Madeline, I see your hands up.
I mean, does it qualify?
We've had a little bit of a conversation of that, and I think that that's what we were hoping to gain this perspective through. I think it's not a groomer shed.
Yeah.
It's not a warming hut. When you move into administrative offices, I think that's when you leave eligibility.
I agree. I mean, they said they're gonna do like classes or trainings, but the majority of that on skis is out on skis.
Right.
So.
Hey, Tom, you say you see my hand up, but I don't see it up here, so sorry.
It was one of my lowest scoring projects.
Okay.
Fund, I would say fund the grooming.
Fund the grooming. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at, 39, and the eligibility is unclear, but it's listing towards administrative offices being outside of eligible. All right, 444, and we are going to discuss the 40th application here. Whitefish Legacy Partners, existing trail maintenance, scored a 41.5, asking $100,000. Folks, what are folks' thoughts?
I don't remember many numbers, but 223,000 users were recorded across their counters.
Yeah.
I know they're rich. They got a lot of money, but wow. And so I was up there this winter.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just everything they say it is. I think fully funded.
Madeline, I see your hands up.
Yeah, this is a project close to my heart because I'm a hiker, and it's a fabulous area. It's used by hikers, bikers, horseback riders. They really do everything within their might to finance things as much as possible from donors and that kind of stuff. Fundraisers, they have a lot of fundraisers, but the need is high. So I am in favor of full funding.
Whitefish Trail has a lot of funding, but with the endowment, the increased use and costs are a concern.
Yeah, that's it. It's overloaded with. It's so well known, slowly but surely. It's such a great area that the maintenance is incredible on it.
Somebody haircut. Yeah, they're the ones that can afford it.
Yeah,
Great. I think one question that has been brought up with this is there's clear contract services that are going to go on the ground, and there's some materials and just needed, not necessarily just materials, I'll say. And then there's salary, but it's not necessarily clear if the salary is being tied into the project location fully. And so I think one of the things that early internal groups had wanted to pose and get the STAC's ideas, there's out of $100,000 request, 40 is to salary for 2 members, and we want to support the job creation and maintaining jobs, but is the STAC confident that money would go directly to the trail system and the project itself? Because I think we don't have this in the guidelines yet, and we got to put it in the guidelines. And so I think this is something that was brought up and can allow us to clarify what we're looking for.
I mean, I'm right on board with that. They did say that they would accept partial funding. And we don't have it in the guidelines. So, but we can, if we have to cut to make the budget, this would be another one where I would say.
I do remember looking at that and being like.
And that's where, again, I would say fund to the level you can, but that's it because they are so well funded and endowed. They could take a little haircut and it would make it.
How do folks online feel about kind of this general topic of when it comes to funding salaries? I feel like we need it to be demonstrated clearly that salary of that employee will be clearly aligned with the project being proposed.
Oh, I would agree about that.
Okay.
That would
I
be
agree with
language. of the
that.
present.
I had forgotten about that. So that's okay.
Okay, great. Well, and it scored really high. And I think obviously the need is there, the use levels are there. There's demonstrated success and confidence in investing. But I think when it comes to this salary, it's an opportunity to clarify what the program's looking for. And then also we can understand that they will accept partial. They said they would accept partial, and it fits into that.
The fourth highest scoring project.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We've got 12 minutes left. We know we're done looking at applications. I'll, open it up to anybody if we want to circle back to anything that was talked about at public comment, to some of the applications we reviewed prior to that. If you got a note there, or anything just to close the day.
I think this conversation about salary and admin and what's allowable and not allowable is something that we should really start digging into a little bit more. And I'm just going to give an example of something that I work with. For regional
I can't hear. There's a lot of noise.
we can only take a 20% admin fee. And then there's all the, there's different ways that can be handled. But I think the other example we talked about
Real quick, Brenda, I'm just gonna.
Another example we talked about was funding went directly through the applicant or the applicant's budget directly to Montana Conservation Corps or to a subcontractor. That's different than funding employees of a nonprofit. And I think that's where those questions arise of, well, how much, you're the employee, how much time are you really spending 20% of your time working on this project we funded, or are you spending 80%? How much, and just does FWP want to track that? That just sounds like a slippery slope to get into.
Right. We want to create, I think this money, we want to use it to create jobs. We want to use it to create jobs that weren't there before, and that this money will then get more boots on the ground. And it seems like that aligns more with maybe a limited duration work, whether it's seasonal work year in and year out. But when we get to full-time staff salaries, that's where it becomes very gray. And I think working together, we can establish a new policy on that. But that's something that's kind of that's presented itself a little bit this year with some of these requests.
Well, I mean, our primary purpose of this organization is this committee, right, is to get these trails built and maintained. And obviously they need staff to do that. But is it, again, the boots on the ground, building the trail, maintaining it? But in order to have them, we still need that support staff. So that admin category, I think, might, with a strong definition, might help cover some of that.
I think part of the conversation that has come up for us is where should or how this funding support sustained operations to sustain. So that's part of the.
I recently heard about a grant, can't remember the conversation, but it funded a position at X% year 1, X% year 2, and X% year 3, and that was it. So now allowing them to build up their own organization, and I think that's what we're saying here.
MJ Murdoch Trust has one like that.
Yeah, I think that's become very common. I know Zoo Montana used it. That's who it was. It was Jeff at Zoo Montana, and he said he used it to hire a part of a development officer position, which then that person did the work to basically fund their own position. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. What comes first?
Because there's also an element to the program that I didn't see utilized, and I mean, it's there in the guidelines, but there is a 7%
de minimis
indirect cost and we don't ask for what that is. So when they reimbursed, we don't ask for it's just there. And so some folks are aware of this, but I think we actually did bring this up with the Evanston Engineering, and we said, well, what's that indirect cost going? But I think with a nonprofit, that's maybe a different question, and it's a tool in their toolbox to get some of that administrative work covered. So yeah, I think that could be a way where we direct people, but it also seems like down the road with partial funding, that would end up being something that would potentially be on the job block if every single application was trying to maximize that 7%. But really, at the end of the day, you can't fault any organization for trying to get as much funding as they can bring in. So I think really what we're trying to do is just really put the bumpers on the bowling alley and keep the balls out of the gutter and make sure they fall in line with what our objectives are as a State Trails Advisory Committee and eligibility within the Trail Stewardship Program.
There's no fault, but doesn't say you have to fund them either.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it could be an issue in the future if the work that you're talking about doing in terms of having more organizations applying. And that's going to
Right.
make, then we're going to have to make choices between, are we funding organization, new projects versus sustaining, as we said before, existing organizations. And the whole idea is you want to kind of wean them off of FWP funds.
Right. And I don't think
That's not the goal.
we're not doing that right
No.
now when we
No,
have,
as long as they can come back.
76% of applicants coming back.
Yeah, as long as they can come back, they will, especially some of these non-motorized that we said didn't have very good applications. They just cut and paste year to year, which is working for them. So why not?
So I know like a lot of this is like new trends you're seeing in TSP, but just know that like RTP has a much longer history and those trends are already very much there. So I think that is a really big conversation about, because we're starting to see it now and we'll see tomorrow, like, okay, we got what we wanted, we got more applications for a certain category, but how does that affect these other folks that have relied on the funding for so long?
Right.
And it's important to everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's a long-term discussion.
Yeah.
No quick fix.
I think it leads back to this idea of regional recreation management and planning and trying to make sure that all these groups are aware of their neighbor organization and trying to figure out a way to partner together and lean in on each other so that if things change, they're able to adapt together rather than, because I think right now organizations aren't adapting together. They're operating still in their traditional space. And we need to encourage them to start broadening that.
Do we see any more money in the future that anyone can look at a magic ball from marijuana money?
So right now we have 4 million for the biennium. So 2 million for the 2024 session, 2 million for the 2025 session. The one option, marijuana revenues are not slowing down.
So I don't know. They are.
The question is,
does the state have to re-up
the
authorization?
We would request a higher authority. And that has been something we've talked about. And so if the STAC believes that we should be requesting higher authority for the next biennium, which would be fiscal year 26 and 27, so that instead of 4 million for the biennium, we had something like 4.5. And then in a discussion like today, we would have an extra 250,000 to be working with. If that's something the STAC finds important, I think again, like another letter similar to this technical assistance letter would say, please, we recommend a higher request of authority.
I think that and the technical assistance one, I think for sure both.
Yeah, okay.
So how do we do that?
I think the technical assistance is key to getting, like you're saying, these regions to work together. It's kind of like the chicken and the egg. Like you don't have the capacity to get people to organize regional. You need to have tools in the tool chest to get them to talk to each other and work together and think about how they might think about their region collectively.
I think on the grooming side, though, you could use some, people like the MSA to help coordinate. Like you had a great idea earlier today where you said maybe we go every other year with different groups so that where they're not all coming in at one time and a bunch of them have to take a haircut. I love that idea because it's a 2-year grant. So you put in for your 2-year grant and have this group, the issue then, I think, you may at some point though, start having issues getting to a 30% line. Not that you have to, but you'd like to see that.
Right.
And, but you might see bigger grants requests come in that way too, if it's a 2-year request. So
we need an air traffic controller.
Yeah.
Well, and as you're saying that, I mean, you said that the STAC would put together a letter. Do we we have a chair? This is a stupid question. Okay, so how do we, as the committee, does one of us draft it and send it out, or we send it, someone drafts it, sends it to you, you draft it, send it to us? How's that work?
Well, I have another suggestion. I believe the Montana Trails Coalition should be the one, and we can state, since I'm treasurer now, we can state that this is also a request of the State Trails Advisory Committee, but it should be Montana Trails Coalition. And what we need to do, I was just writing it down, because by law, this program gets 4% of the income from the sales tax on recreational marijuana.
Right.
What is 4%? And we'd have to find that out from the Department of Revenue. And then we would strongly suggest that the department, whatever that number is, in their budget request for the next biennium, request that amount, whatever that may be. And I'm sure it's above the 2 million. Right now, we're getting about a little over $1 million. If I remember the latest figures, we're getting about 900,000 from
light motor.
Well, the last report we got from Hope was 900,000 coming from light motor vehicle registration. The balance adding up to 2 million is a little over $1 million from the recreational marijuana state tax. However, we've heard all kinds of reports about how the income from the state tax on recreational is much more than they had anticipated.
Yeah.
So that's why we have to request from the Department of Revenue to find out what that income is and what 4% of that is. And then strongly suggest to the department that be the request for the next biennium. So I'll take that to the Trails Coalition as one of our activities in the very near future. I'm sure we can get that information from the Department of Revenue. I don't know if we can really get it from FWP or not. All you guys are going to find out is what's coming to FWP.
What's been authorized.
So what we want to know is how much is actually coming into the state.
Right. We don't know the
sale.
revenue.
Right.
So that's why I say the request would be the Department of Revenue.
So when you say that 4% of the recreational marijuana sales it goes to FWP, and then that same amount filters down in
this program.
For this program.
Specified for the Trails Map program.
So,
but right now we only have authority to spend 4 million, a year,
Okay,
but revenues
that's
could be sitting at like 8 million.
so
But-
the step in order to do that.
this door is gonna be locked.
Okay. So the step to do that is ask for that authorization. Why can't you just do a blanket one and ask for an authorization to spend the 100% of the 4%? Simple math.
It's too easy. There's not enough people to say no to something like that.
I mean, seriously, like, okay.
Well, I think this is a good. next
95%
step. I
of
think,
of the
I think
100
the Montana Trails Coalition is a logical partner to this program and to State Trails Advisory Committee. So I think that's a good next step. And we're at 5:02. We've stayed within the bounds. I think this has all been really good. Any closing thoughts online for folks? Great. Well, just a quick point of clarity. Tomorrow morning we'll start at 8:30. The building here doesn't open until 8, and so based on our technical challenges, we're going to give ourselves 30-minute grace, and we will get everything going at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll update that on the online to make sure that the website has that accurate information, and we're good to go. All right, thanks everybody so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Express.
Great meeting.
Okay.
By the airport.
Okay.